make the autopilot do its thing.
Yeah, exactly. Because like the majority of the flight is the autopilot. Like where the pilot comes in,
Right.
it's usually like for takeoff and landing, or
Exactly.
if things get a little hectic.
Exactly. I mean, it depends on the airline, but most of the time, especially when you have bad weather, right around 700 feet to 1,000 feet, they already turn on the AP1, the autopilot one, and then the autopilot has control for the whole flight. I mean, it's actually required for certain weather, weather, um, what is it, like weather properties or whatnot. I don't know what the English correct term would be, but for certain weather conditions, right? Conditions, you need to do automated landing. For example, if there's a dense fog wall, they need to make the plane do the landing because the pilots are not able to do visual approach. So there's a specific, it's called medium decision height, which maximum decision height, where the pilots decide either to go around, and if that decision height is clearly already, if the visual, which the tower and the weather, the guys who give the weather can already tell, as also the planes who landed before, they're gonna decide to do an auto land, which means the pilot's not doing anything, the plane is just landing automatically. And it's actually a requirement for certain weather conditions. So yeah, pretty cool.
Interesting. So do you think that like if it came to like let's say you're on a flight and the pilot dies, do you think you can land it?
Yes, of course. I mean, I would get in contact with ATC.
Yeah, of
Probably
course, and then
gonna
they would walk you
get
through the
a
steps
right.
because every plane is a little
But
bit different, I would assume.
right, but it would be easy for like a 737. Would be easy for me. A320. Because the most important things I know, right? I know how to program the FMC. I know how to use the autopilot panel, weather radar. I know how to use ATC, like all the radios that you have. And they would basically probably tell me what to dial in and direct me onto a straight path emergency. When you declare
Right, yeah,
emergency,
because
you
like
have
you're
the
gonna find
first. Yeah, if you declare emergency, you're going to be like the first in line. Like every other pilot needs to do a waiting pattern or whatnot to make sure that that the plane which is an emergency has full priority, and probably gonna do it auto land, right? I mean, it wouldn't make me land manually if it's the plane that has the requirements. But yeah, I'm not even sure if that ever happened in a case where someone was completely alone flying an airliner. But who knows? You never know.
yeah.
I mean, it would be fun and sad at the same time for me, I guess. I mean,
Yeah.
it probably would be a crazy sad because if the pilot dies or is like laying right there and just I don't know what medical condition would be a crazy situation.
For sure.
I mean, especially when you're like a simulator hobby pilot and you have like 300 lives behind you or whatnot.
Yeah, it's a little different.
But in any way, there's so many safety features, like not even like digital and physical that really prevents things like this from happening, which is great. I really like flying. It's very,
Yeah, flying is
uh,
extremely safe. There's so many
yeah,
things.
exactly.
Yeah, it's very rare something goes wrong. I think there was a pretty deadly plane crash that happened near my city. I think like a stabilizer broke in like the tail wing or something, and it did like a
Ooh.
complete like flip, and they're like flying upside down for like a few minutes because they couldn't get it to stabilize or something, and it just ended up crashing in the water.
Oh,
And I remember
They
and I remember
survive.
no one survived. And I remember that made a shockwave. So they started checking like all the tail stabilizers, and they were realizing, oh shit, these things were about to break too. Like it was about that time, like a bunch of them were. So that probably created a new safety rule.
Yeah, we can be very happy that we're living in
In the
21st
now,
century
yeah.
because so many little mistakes led to huge disasters in aviation that they basically probably have learned a lot, if not already put out
Like most of
almost
it,
all
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
No,
because it seems like most crashes are done by the pilots. So
Right.
so like it's usually like a mistake by the pilots is usually why the plane goes down. Now it's rarely the plane's fault. It's usually the pilots made like one fatal mistake or
Right.
press the wrong button or something.
Exactly. And the good thing is, that sorry, I was just typing something. Man, now I lost my thought line. Golly, I hate when that happens. I will get it back. Give me just a second. Oh yeah, I got it. So the good thing is also that today with these very advanced simulator training devices, pilots can literally almost go through every possible craziness of situation, right?
Yeah, it's almost like a 1-to-1. It's so perfected now.
Right. So
It's always good.
flying is safe. I would always prefer it from any other vehicle. And I mean, what is not cool about an airplane?
Right, exactly. They're just cool pieces of technology.
Right. Flying over this wonderful plane. Anyways, so departure. Aircraft. So we're gonna take off departure Victor India Papa Alpha 6 Delta. Okay. Where is it?
I think more people joined. Wait, who joined? Oh, Recall. Recall looks new. Yeah, what up, Recall? Do you got a mic? Or are you just here to listen?
Hello.
Hello.
Yo.
Hi.
Hey, gamer. So what's new and different with you?
I'm pretty new, but not that new. I've been here for like maybe over a month now.
Oh, nice. Oh.
I think we spoke before. Play under with Gregory.
Oh yeah, right. I can remember.
Yeah.
Papa 615 is the airway. Papa 615 to VORALS. What I'm also fascinated about, and I really never looked into how it was done, but all the airways that exist, there's like millions upon probably millions upon millions of different airwaves. You have like high end roads and low end roads, and then you have all the VOR low end roads for general aviation planes, and it's I wonder who makes these big charts. That's just it. Like, I mean, that must be such a demanding work to do all these straight lines and measure it and whatnot. It's amazing.
Yeah, it is. But someone's doing it.
I can only imagine how hard it would be to do it over a globe. Like that would be craziness.
Be confusing.
But good thing
Good
is
day,
that it's on the globe.
boys. Clay,
Good
what's
day,
happening?
man.
There's 2 people in check-in up top. Do we have any mods available that can go handle these people? Are they new or are those?
I
I would
think
do
there's
it,
already
but
a mod up there.
Oh snap!
now.
My bad. Okay, my bad. Yeah, I saw Hyder and Matt P, but I can't see roles, so I apologize, guys.
Okay.
Thanks for the clarification.
Oh.
November 125.
Love you, long time. I'm here.
Echo Lima Sierra Oscar Bravo.
So Clay, I presented your unpack of the Go Fast rocket yesterday to. Actually, it's funny. I presented your unpack of the Go Fast rocket to that guy Go Fast
Yeah.
on another board, and he totally talked it down. He even presented his own 3D model, and he's like, "It's totally possible." I'm like, "Your model's not even to scale. I'm showing you video of the moon and the sun in scale, same
Like I said,
video,
man,
and you're
like I
coming
said-
back with bullshit."
listen. Like I said, the thing is with these people, you can show them everything. You can show them literally how their icons in space, the very people that they trust in, that are the selective ones who go up into outer space on the ISS, being on literal wires, glitching, having hands through microphones, and going all nuts. And they're still gonna find an excuse to why that is legit and whatnot. So see where the problem lies. The problem lies that certain people want to grab themselves onto belief rather than starting to really be critical and really asking yourself, why are these glitches happening? Why does it look like underwater? Why is this? Why is that? Floppy hatches and whatnot. And these people just don't want to. They're afraid of the truth. That's I talk to people sometimes, flat smack them, and they're very interested. But when suddenly there's something in their eyes, normal folks, you start flat smacking them, and then you see fear coming up. It's literal fear. They say, like, there was one girl that was talking to, another girl, an older, mature woman. She said, Oh no, this is too scary. No, let's talk about something else, because she realized what I was talking about is actually what there is to observe in reality. So people are literally scared of the truth. They can't handle it. And I'll be honest, I don't. I mean, it's okay. I mean, I was also scared. I'll be honest, man. The first time I was a huge space fan. I loved ISS. I wanted to be an astronaut. I love aviation and whatnot. I mean, it all clings together for certain people. It was also the same for me when I believed in the globe. Man, I loved all that kind of stuff, and then I suddenly saw these videos of like these bubbles and a scuba diver popping out of nowhere in the supposed ISS, and all these weird, messed up things, and it was like a shock, like really like fear going through my body the first time I came across these things. And I think that's like the same thing people experience, and that's why certain people just go back into the lie, because they fear the fear of waking up. You know what I mean? They fear that change of reality, of perception, of actually escaping. It's like escaping that fake world, where everything is right that you have been told, where the TV always says the truth, where politicians are right, where the world is just this happy little place, where everything is constructed not against you and how it has been taught in school, right? And that's the thing. There is so much more that you're gonna lose, but simultaneously win once you really stand for the truth, instead of blatantly lying to yourself in the mirror, metaphorically. And it really sets you free. I mean, a truth will hurt you. Okay, that's a promise. It will hurt. Otherwise, it's not really that kind of truth. I mean, I personally, when it was about truth, most of the time, things in the first place have come with pain. But after the pain, yeah.
But hold on, Clay. Let's be real about something here.
Yeah.
say the truth hurts, right?
Yeah.
What the hell kind of difference is it going to make to you, the piddly little human, right, that the earth actually is flat? And what I'm saying to you is that these people who actually will eventually learn the truth, at the end of the day, what does it really make a difference to them specifically that they've actually been on a plateau this entire time, right? Instead of believing that they've been on a ball. At that point in time, it's one of those things that, yeah, the truth is, it quote unquote is going to hurt, but like, what does it really change your relativity that much?
Yes, a lot. I mean, actually, it changed a lot of things, you know,
Yeah, it changes a lot.
because you need, like, first of all, you can't be taking part of conversations anymore that are about mainstream casual things where people talk about, you know, how this event and this event is this and that, because you suddenly, once you go flat, you're gonna go deeper into other things, declassified documents, really going critical into what are the other things that have been taught as normal, as real. And there's so much you're gonna lose, but simultaneously through losing and getting rid of these chains, which I think are mental chains, you know, you have been taught you're just insignificant and you're living on a spinning ball and you're like a little tiny speck of dust in every expanding universe. Like, you know, so many things change in your I mean, at least for me, you know, I found the creator ultimately, which gave me the highest purpose that there is to life, which is what he imagines my life to be. That's why I put my life in his hands, right? He's just going to be the leader. Why do I need to lead anything if he's already knows what I need to do next, where I'm going to go next, what my job is, how this and that is going to come about, right? What a simple and perfect life. No worries. And I mean, okay, worries will be there. It's just our carnal mind sometimes that's gonna try to, you know, go between the spirit. But nevertheless, you have that support from above, right, and within, and that's all we need, right? We have been created for that relationship, for that one purpose of the relation, to get back into relation to the one who has created all things. That's the whole purpose of being here. That's going to give you the whole purpose of life and meaning and love and happiness and energy and everything you actually desire for, and that the world can't give you, right? I mean, it says he can give you stuff that the world can't give you, right? He gives differently from what the world can give you. And we all know we sucked out certain things and bought this and bought that. And at the end of the day, when we get used to it, there's no pleasure in it anymore. So we're gonna go on a hunt to the next pleasure and this pleasure and that pleasure, and it will never fulfill us, because there is nothing in the world that is gonna fulfill you, right? The same way as you.
Okay, so Clay, I guess in unpacking what you're saying is being able to observe the plateau of the landform that we dwell upon, will help you to further govern your thinking with other relative matters.
Right. If you love truth, okay, ultimately, if you love the truth, you're gonna end up finding the creator, because he is the truth, the way, and the life. Like he said, it's a promise, it's a fact. If you find it, you're gonna have everlasting life. You're gonna be a new kind of person, right? And you're gonna lose things of the world, especially certain things you're gonna lose, but you're gonna realize how stupid and unimportant these things are that you're gonna lose. And through losing these things, through losing your old self, your old life, you're gonna gain real life, right? As paradox, as unlogical as it might sound for the carnal mind, as real as it can be, okay, from my own experience. The more you really disconnect from the earthly things and lose certain things that actually at the end of the day are very worthless, the more you're gonna gain spiritual things and happiness and love and energy for other things, you know. And the more you do that, the more you will actually also see what he has imagined you to do, you know. I think many people are caught up in a job and things that they actually do not want to do, you know. They're not happy with how life goes. And they think there is no help for it. But there is a promise. We just need to accept it, right? Not think that we can, you know, keep our head above the water, because we can't. That's a very fact. I needed to learn it the hard way sometimes, you know. And I'm not saying I know everything, and I'm not perfect. I'm not better than anyone, you know. Not at all. I'm just trying to share the good stuff, right?
You and I had that. I mean, as I keep saying, you and I had that interview. You were the first dude I interviewed from this community, and you're the first dude to say it, right? You've had your struggles, you've had the things that you've gone through and learned, and everything else. The one thing that you have learned is that there is a backing power to what you do.
Yes, and I have seen the dark side.
Right, and that's what's great about what we do here, is that we're able to greet everybody on this common place of truth, and theory craft what else is out there, and discount all the stories that we hear from these people above, these globe heads, if you will.
Right. I don't know why he's so graceful and gave me these show me all these things and make me go through all these things. You know, today I'm happy, you know, that I went through these dark valleys, to seeing all the stuff that goes on, and actually embracing. I mean, eventually going through all this, the shadow valley of death, the most disgusting things, and really being on the edge of death, and really realizing that, you know, there is an end ultimately for everyone. And I'm thankful that you showed me all this, because now I can actually expose these chains of darkness and the mechanisms of how people open doors, and how they're being led astray and being deceived by ultimately the things that we fight against, which is not flesh and blood, right? So yeah, I wish everyone could experience the same stuff, you know, because I mean, I actually need to maybe write a book about it or something, you know. I mean, I have seen people, even though I'm that young, I have seen things, people, you know, destroying themselves, destroying their life, through certain substances, and, you know, people who make money in a very bad way, you know, all that kind of craziness. But today, you know, I can warn young people about it. I can, you know, I don't know, I can expose it, since I was a part of it.
So something I want to kind of talk on for a quick second, and I'm going to disengage and work out. But I want to just put it out there for consumption that other people's journeys are not your journey.
I know. That's
and
right.
The toughest thing that I've learned over the last 10 years, especially leaving my marriage, children, and things of that nature, right? When kids are still with me and everything else, but just that process of leaving my marriage and obviously rediscovering myself, is wherever you see things in your life is where you need to see things in your life at that time. And I say this respectfully to you, Clay. This isn't a point of contention.
It's so good, man. I love you, bro.
Where you are and you engage with life and see it for what it is, not everybody is ready at that point to see it for what it is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So the biggest thing that you can do is ask thought-provoking questions versus making statements, condemning statements. Condemning statements, I find, are the things that can send people running for the valleys or for the hills,
Right,
But if you
right.
can actually create some space with something, a thought-provoking statement, i.e., and I'll never forget it. One of the things I got made fun of for coming to the server, I said having a casual conversation with the cashier, right at the grocery store. You see a plane fly by, and you think to yourself, "The plane's moving. I'm not. Why is that?" Right, and that's a
Mhm.
question you can literally ask out loud and walk away. And that person may think about it, they may not, but you still created that space, right? That opportunity for thought. So
Exactly.
keep on
Yeah,
creating,
I
man.
know
Just,
well, I
just
know what you mean. I know what you mean.
don't put the energy out there with the expectation that it's going to be returned to
Right.
you the way that you want it to be, because that in itself can be a very
Right.
disappointing thing to overcome.
Exactly. You know, I 100% agree with you. I mean, everyone has their individual journey, and it would be also like a very selfish of mine to think that I could, you know, predict what happens to this or that person or what their journey is, because ultimately, if they want to get into a relationship with the Most High, He has a specific. He is the one who leads them, right? Gives them revelation about their life. Um, Showing them certain things, pointing them things out, right? Because there's for everybody, life is different, right? So also what he imagined for them life for their life to be is different. So I can when I say these things and I want to correct myself here, do not think that it's going to be the same for you or whatnot, right? It's just I think the best thing you can do is go into your room and just start talking to him and build up that relationship. Or go into woods and be alone and talk to him about all the things that are upon your heart, upon your mind, everything that's really in your book written down in the last chapters or in the first chapters, and the things you never talk about with anyone else. That's really gonna, once you open the book up yourself, it's really gonna help you to grow into understanding who that father is, and everything else is gonna be his work, right? He's gonna furthermore make you grow and make you see things that you have overlooked or whatnot. So yeah, I can only talk from my experience, but I'm not gonna say of course it to be the same for everyone else. Yeah, you're totally right, and I'm sorry if it sounded like that when I was talking before. Another thing is,
No. Wait, just for clarification's sake,
Mhm.
it wasn't a comment directed to you specifically. It was just one of
Okay,
those things generally that I find that when we're
yeah,
engaged even in debate with these guys when they come into the rooms, or we can even get into offer to consult with these guys privately, and we chat with them and try to show them, and they literally say that's not good enough, show me something else. And you can get frustrated at that because you're like, don't you see the truth, right? And
right,
that's
right,
where you have to remind, and I'm not saying again yourself, but just in generally, that people will see stuff when they want to see stuff. You don't have to do
right.
that. Use them as your punching bag, right? Always remember, if you're going to engage with somebody who doesn't understand you, try to make a group lesson out of it, right? See if you can bring some other people in, and not to shame that person, but just so that your words can be actually received by more people who want to actually receive them versus just that one individual person. Because you can, again, lose yourself trying to appeal to one individual person.
Exactly, exactly, man. Thank you.
But man, I be blessed. I'm here. I'm just heading up to the gym.
I always love to talk to my fellow brothers. It's just I'll be honest. I love being here. I always have the greatest conversations here, and I wish the world, the terrarium that we live in wouldn't be such a big place. But you know, unfortunately, unfortunately. I mean, it's just big, but we have the internet. We can directly communicate. But sometimes I also just wish we could, all be there physically and have a cold soft drink and just all talk to each other. Like having the real companion is also just a whole nother different level, right? When you talk to someone.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what he was talking about thought-provoking questions. What do you think are the best like thought-provoking questions that like get people thinking?
Me or Kiwi?
Anyone like
Okay.
I feel like that's a hard thing to do. Is thinking of thought-provoking questions that get people to open their mind and like try to see things from a different light, different perspective.
Right. So I personally would say something that is a provoking question is a very provoking one. Would you be able to die in peace today?
Would you be able to?
It's a hard question,
Yeah,
but something we never. It's something we never ask ourselves. Are we
That's a
able to die
lot,
in
man.
peace?
That's like a thought-provoking, crazy. That's a lot of space, right? I think
Yes.
what he was asking was the idea of like, what are the things that you can observe in the physical that give some kind of edification to the fact that we're not on a spinning ball. Am I right on that?
Sorry. Yeah. I just thought about in general, right? In general,
Yeah.
very provoking question.
But the first thing for me is movement. Identifying the fact that a plane moves. I can see the plane move. I identify the plane moves, and I can't conceptualize why I'm apparently moving and the plane is moving as well. Their argument for that is the Coriolis effect, which, as far as I'm concerned, is bullshit. The big thing for me, my counter to Glover's is bring me evidence that doesn't have a man's name on it. Coriolis effect, it's a name, if you will. Who else? You got Copernicus as an example. He was a man. Newton, he was a man. Explained gravity. Like, these are all men's created. NASA, they're a bunch of men that have created pictures and gave us pictures. That's not okay. I want to know what if you were to hit this earth without any input from anybody else, like you grew up in a village in Africa with no internet, would you think the world is flat, motionless, round? What would you think? Because I could tell you, if you go to some tribe that lives out in the middle of Timbuktu that doesn't have the internet, and you tell them that we're on a round spinning globe, they are all of them are going to laugh at you. All of them. And they'll probably chase you out of the village and tell you that you're crazy too. That's fact. I 100% guarantee that. And that scares me. If I can walk into a village of people who don't have the internet, think about that. And I tell them that we're on a spinning globe. You know how much work I have to do to prove to those people that that's what's happening? Without the textbooks and creations of man. Think about that.
All right.
Versus just your actual ability to observe what you see in the sky. What you see in front of you is that there is a left to right plane where the sky interacts with the ground in front of it, and it makes a level, observable playing field, left to right, and I spin all the way around. I didn't notice it. It makes no sense. The sky moves, we don't. I don't see any reference that tells me I move. So to answer the question, my first question to somebody that I'm trying to create some thought with would be, what tells you that you are moving or that this land is moving beneath you? That's my first question.
I feel like a lot of people just overlook that question though. Because in their head they just think, oh, the earth is so big, of course you're not going to feel it. And then they just completely overlook it.
Well, okay, no, but recall, at that point in time, though, if somebody's going to quickly discount your argument at that point, what else is left? Like, there's certain people that you can talk to and appeal to and rationalize with and everything, but if they're just willing to accept the fact that they're just too small to comprehend the magnitude of their lives on this earth, then let them continue thinking that they're small. Let them be small-minded. Let them be small-bodied. Right? Go find one person that's a giant among the small ones, if you will, the many people. I don't know. Appealing to the small mind can get you caught lost in the weeds as well, right? And that's where you have to be careful.
Yeah, but I don't know, because I feel like I was kind of like that. I felt like insignificant and small from what I was told about how the Earth is and the heliocentric model. So I can relate to them in one sense.
But what was your magic? What was your switch? There had to be a switch that brought you to this community, right? There had to be a switch that gave you that understanding. And that switch is the personal appeal that makes the difference when you're engaging with other people, because you can remember being there, right? So what was that magic switch that made you start thinking differently?
Well, for me, I was showed about the moon landing in 2017, and I didn't really look into it too much, but I was showed it, and I kind of just was like, yeah, that is fake, because I never watched it before that, and seeing the footage, I was like, yeah, that is clearly fake. But I never like looked into it, but that helped me when I seen like how curvature is not measurable, and like just it's mostly NASA and the space stuff that kind of was the switch for me, the fakery and the
So that was
lies.
the one point that you observed, right? That said to you, okay, well, they're lying about this. And you were able to unpack the rest of it and kind of start being critical about what you've seen.
Yeah,
Right. So that one appeal is something that is a specific personal case that you have that nobody else has. And that may be the case that you need to continue to share with people. Because your personal testimony is like that's specific to you. Right, and ain't nobody that can give you a better story than somebody who has a personal testimony as to how they came to understand something. Because if somebody can explain how they came to understand something, that means that they are a fisherman. And I don't need to, but they don't need to be given fish anymore. They can create their own fish.
yeah. I think that's the most obvious one, like the just because I was really into like space and stuff, so like I was really like fascinated by it. I always used to see like what NASA are discovering and stuff, and then when you go back and look like at their old stuff, is the technology was obviously not as good, and you can clearly see that it's fake. And then with even some of their new stuff, like you see how it glitches are and stuff. Like I just feel like that's the most obvious, personally, but maybe not for everyone.
But isn't it way cooler to know that you're actually significant and living in a very perfectly made place?
Yeah,
I
100%.
mean, thinking about that is way cooler, I think.
Like the way how I used to think of space, it kind of just like, yeah, it's not as cool to know like it's the heavens are above. Like that's just way cooler to me.
All of a sudden, it gives you the confirmation that you are special. You are the apple of his eye. You are the creation. And this is where, when people say, "Well, why would they lie?" I want to build a court case on motive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's build a court case on motive, but you're not going to get anything out of it. You're just going to try to get into the mind of a psychopath and try to think how they think. But at the end of the day, if they can wrestle away your confidence in your foundation here on earth, you're a perfect target for them, right? Because you will always be running. And if you're always running, you're a perfect puppet for them.
Yeah, that's one thing that a lot of people, they just quickly jump, well, why would they lie? And it's like, well, why wouldn't they lie? Like, people lie. It's not an unusual thing for people to lie.
For every why, I will respond why with a why not.
Yeah.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? All right, I'm ready for taxi. Window heat goes on. Rope heat on. Low damper on. Let's go to Italy. Wish I could live stream in this channel. Putting everyone this wonderful paper.
Oh my god, I'm gone for 2 minutes and it's dead quiet in here again. Yep. No, these people aren't sleeping. These people are playing games or some shit in the background while they listen.
Oh. What
No
people?
one's sleeping here. All people. All these people in here.
No, no one sleeps.
Ain't nobody sleeping here. I'm working out, buddy.
Oh, fuck yeah. Those gains. Oh, I need to start getting into working out again. Oh, I hate it and love it at the same time.
I'll be right back.
Roger Dodger. Man, is it time for some late night Team Fortress 2? I think it is. The fuck are you downloading Steam? I didn't tell you to do shit. Valheim, haven't heard that game in a while. Who just joined? Am I going crazy? Oh, we got another gamer, but no roles. It's a damn shame. Well, we got another gamer. Yeah, what up, Level Up?
Stop.
Oh, he's alive. Oh, someone else is alive here. That's good. So what you doing on the server so late? Or I guess it's morning time where you are, maybe.
How do you know where I live?
Well, I don't. That's why I
Yeah.
said a few different things. So
Yeah, it's pretty late. I just came in here because I saw there was just a Glober talking by themselves.
yeah, man. I mean, it's pretty lonely in here. I mean, usually the server around this time there's usually a few people, but
Uh-huh. Yeah.
so what country do you live in? Curious. Do you live in America?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Do you live on the West Coast or the East Coast or some
Yeah, the West
Midwest
Coast.
shit? Ah, same. Do you live in California?
Yeah.
Nice.
It's almost 5 in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 4:45.
Hey, so the military has like mapped out the ocean floors being like 70% flat as a tabletop called abyssal plains. What do you think about that?
It sounds similar to the Sumerian plain or something. I know there's some like land that like you could walk on that's pretty flat too, so I'm assuming it's kind of like that.
Guess so. I mean, they say
I know
abyssal
they
plains
compare
is
the
like,
two.
they say it's like the flattest land on the whole earth. There's
That'd
like
be cool to see.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's cool. I mean, I don't really have much of a comment on it, I guess, other than pretty neat.
Yeah, the largest abyssal plain is like 350,000 square miles. It's flat, flat as a tabletop. I'm not really sure how that works on a globe, but
I mean, there could be relatively flat spots. I mean, like, aren't there some like whole states that are relatively flat?
oh yeah, a bunch of
Yeah.
them. So is the Earth like a disco ball?
Well, it's pretty bumpy and chaotic, so you'll have like flat spots some, and others will be pretty
Hmm.
pretty curvy in some.
Interesting. Yeah, it's just curved. We just can't find it. Can't find where it's curved, but it's out there though.
Yeah, past the horizon.
Yeah.
Mm. I mean, yeah, the horizon's based on height. I'd say that's pretty solid evidence for a sphere.
I don't think the horizon is physical.
Just curious, I never understood that because I never heard that term until I joined the server. The horizon is physical, so yeah. So I don't know what you mean by that. Like
Earth curve. Like the horizon really is just like the limit of your eye's ability to resolve things. So it's not like a physical obstruction. Like when you see a boat go over the horizon, it's not going over like a curve. It's just going to the limit of your eye.
so, then why does
It's the same way how when you look straight, the sky looks like it's sloping down. The same way how the ground looks like it's sloping up. It's the end of your vision. It's nothing to do with physical.
I'll say like if that's true, then why is it always the bottom first? Is it just because it's closer to the ground? I mean, because in my head, when I picture a flat Earth, and maybe this might be wrong, like I'm picturing 0 curve per mile. And it mind boggles me how on a flat surface, if you're standing on top of it, why the bottom would always go first.
What?
Wait. Say that again.
Because if the Earth is flat, why does the bottom go first? Why does
What do you
it
mean?
appear obstructed first?
So you're claiming it is physical?
Well, I mean, I still don't really know
Yeah,
what you guys mean by physical. That's why.
Well,
I'm
we
kind
already
of
know
avoiding
it can't be physical because you can just zoom in and bring it back into view. So it's not going over a physical obstruction. So something disappearing bottom up is just an optical effect. Basically, like the way the floor appears to ramp up to your eye level when the boat goes beyond that limit of your vision, it appears to go down because it's going beyond the limit of your eye, which is like ramped upward. So yeah, it's just an optical thing.
I mean, so like if it's the limit of my eye, why can I see the top of the boat perfectly fine, even though it's already past the how far your eye can see?
It doesn't matter. It's just an optical thing.
Can you
That's
give me
not like a
answer?
rebuttal. That's not a rebuttal
Okay.
to what I'm saying.
I mean, like I know because the coin video is brought up a lot, but that's a misunderstood video.
I didn't bring it up.
How I know, but I know probably someone's thinking about it.
No.
Yeah, we're not. I brought up videos where like a boat goes away on the horizon and then people zoom in and bring it back.
Yeah, I've seen those, and the problem I have with those is that the boat isn't actually past the horizon. It's just too small for your eye or the camera to resolve until you zoom in.
Oh yeah,
But it's not
exactly.
No, right, but it's not past the horizon. That's what we're debating. We're
Wait.
debating,
So
because,
why can't you see it? Why can't you see it if it's not past the horizon?
because perspective is a thing.
Yeah, but
Oh,
then you can
Okay.
zoom in.
Yeah.
See it.
I mean,
like-
as things
so-
get farther, they shrink. I mean, I don't deny this. I mean, this is obviously fact.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I don't deny that. But the problem with those videos is that they're never actually past the horizon, which is what we're debating. Like, because we're not debating whether
Well, then
perspective
you say-
is real.
Yeah,
That's
you would
not the problem.
see it though if it wasn't past the horizon. You would be able to see it.
Well, no, because perspective. I mean, you guys should know this. Things can get so small that you
Yeah.
have to zoom in to see them, right?
Come on, bro.
Yeah.
So
But-
is it
so, okay.
Is it physical or optical?
I don't know what you guys mean by this. I feel like I still don't know what you mean by physical or whatever.
Okay, so when people zoom in with the camera, the
can you-
horizon extends. It like moves back. So it's not like a physical obstruction.
No, the horizon is based on your
moves
height.
back. Like you could. Okay,
The
now
horizon is
same,
based on
the same
It
height.
is true.
The same height. You just zoom in, and the horizon will go back farther, and then you can see the boat again.
No, those videos, the boat isn't past the horizon. It's just too small for your eye to see.
Okay, Octane.
Wow.
Would
Okay,
so
then post the video and we could
Okay.
dissect it.
let's say so you think a horizon is impossible in a flat world?
Like
Is
the
that
way
what
we
you're
see the
saying?
horizon right now, yeah.
You think that's so? What do you
We
think?
should be.
You-
We,
do you
we
think
should
you
be
would
able to
see
much
forever?
further. Not forever, because things would eventually, shrink. Because of perspective.
So what would that be called?
Exactly.
So what would that be?
Okay, I'm not denying that perspective exists. I never claimed that. But you guys are making it out to be like I've said perspective isn't real. No, I agree things shrink at a distance, but that's not what we see all the time.
So what is it? What are we seeing? Does it go behind the curve, or does it go out of your view?
Well, I mean, it depends on the size of the object, right? But if you zoom in and if you keep your camera zoomed in on an object that goes away from you, eventually, yes, it will be obstructed, and you cannot bring it back in no matter how powerful your camera.
At
Okay,
what
so
distance?
when the
Well,
camera
depends
can't
on your
zoom in
height.
anymore, when it can't zoom in anymore, then that's where the obstruction is. All of a sudden,
No.
so it's the same effect. The boat disappears, you zoom in, you can see it again. The boat disappears, you zoom in farther, you can see it again. The boat disappears, you zoom in even farther, you can see it again. But then it disappears, the camera can't zoom in anymore. It's the limit of the zoom. And then there's the physical obstruction all of a sudden.
Okay, this should be very easy to test, like with the sun or the moon. Okay, there are videos on YouTube currently. I can bring it up, but I'm pretty sure you guys have already seen it. Of where people have a drone, and the drone doesn't zoom in or anything. It just goes up higher, and it can now see further.
Increasing the angle.
Yeah, I love that point.
So the zoom doesn't matter. So the height matters only then. So do you guys agree with that? Height is a
Well, the
bigger factor
height
than being able to
Height
zoom.
increases your angle of view.
Yeah.
So yes.
So can you go more in depth on that? Like, can you explain that word? Like, what
Why
do
don't
you
you
mean?
lay flat?
No,
lay
wait,
flat on the ground
don't,
and see how far you can see.
Don't bail him out. I want to
then
hear him
tell me
explain
that.
angular resolution because I feel like this is just a buzzword you guys use a lot, and you guys never go in depth on what it actually means. So I'm curious. Can you explain
We
what this
just
angular resolution?
we already
is?
described it like 10
No,
times.
he did. Don't bail him out. Let him stop trying
all
to
right.
save him. I want to hear him explain it.
You want me to explain how if you go up higher you can see
Yes,
further?
yes. No, you
Well,
said
it's
the
simple,
word.
isn't it?
Okay, then explain it.
Well, when you go up higher, you can see further.
No,
'cause you
explain.
increase your angle.
You said yes. Explain that word. Explain the resolution part. Explain that.
I
Like,
didn't
what do you
say
mean by that?
angular resolution. I said you increase your
Yeah.
angle.
No, you said
Yeah,
angular
that's not-
resolution. You
No, I
literally
didn't.
said.
Yeah,
No, I didn't.
Did you not?
No,
No,
I
you
didn't.
didn't.
that's not even thing. Yeah, that's not even.
I said when
So can you repeat what
when
you said?
increase. I said when you increase your height, you increase your angle.
Okay, and what does
So
that
you
mean?
can see
Increase your
further.
angle. What does that? How does increasing your angle allow you to see?
Well, the
further?
angular size of the Earth will decrease because it's smaller because you're farther away from it, so you can see more of it. So the horizon moves back farther because it's farther away from you. So it's not really
That doesn't
complicated.
really make sense.
Okay,
Yes, it
if you put
does.
a basketball right up to your eye and then you move it away from your eye slowly, it'll decrease in size, right? The basketball?
Yeah, because of perspective.
Okay.
Yeah, it's getting yeah.
Oh, right.
further
Okay.
away.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point.
Yeah, but
So it's the same thing with the Earth.
so it's the same thing with the horizon.
Yeah, the horizon will extend, will go back farther. Yeah.
Yes, I agree. When you increase in height, but why would this happen on a flat Earth if the curve is 0 per mile? It's like this makes sense on a sphere. You get higher.
No,
you see more.
that works
But
on
you can
both.
do it from the same height with
It
a
works
zoom
on
camera.
both, but it's flat. Why do you need to go higher? That doesn't make any
Well, you
sense.
don't.
You don't
You
need
can
to
do
go.
it.
Yeah.
You
Then
can
why
do
do you
it with a
guys?
zoom camera.
But you can't. You can't bring
But you
No,
can't
no, no.
zoom
horizon
in.
with zoom.
You can't
Yeah, the
zoom in
problem
with
is-
your eyes, can you?
Right. The problem is, you guys are always the ones who are saying like, "Oh, we need to go higher to like see the curve of the Earth," or like, "We need to go to this height." But the whole point is, you should be able to see the curvature of the Earth at 1 mile away from 1 foot observer height. So
Wait,
you,
so what do
you
you
would actually go
mean when you say
lower.
curve? Wait, what do you mean when you say curve? Like left to
The
right curve,
curve-
or the effect of curve, which is obstruction? Which one do you mean?
Obstruction. But you
Well,
don't see either.
That's what
So
the horizon is. Yeah, no, that's the
Do
horizon.
you see a left to
Where
right
the sky
curve?
appears to meet
Yeah.
land. That's the horizon.
Can you show me the left to right curve?
I mean, I could show you single shot like shots of Earth. Yeah,
What?
yeah. There are single.
he's
shot-
asking if you've seen a curved horizon.
Have I seen a curved horizon personally? No.
Then why would you think there is one?
Well, because I think when you guys say curved, you guys are talking about left to right. Have I seen things appear obstructed because of the curve? Yeah, I see that every day. I mean, I live next to an ocean.
Wouldn't
Yeah,
the
me
curve
too.
have to go left and right as well
Well,
to make it
yes.
sphere?
Well, yes, and it does, but because we're so small, that effect is hardly noticeable at this height. That's why when you increase in height, then you're more able to see
So
it.
why can you see one curve but not the other? If it's a sphere, doesn't
Yeah.
make sense.
Because wait, what do you mean? I mean, because that's how just the geometry of it works. I mean, when you're on a
Wait,
ball,
that's not the geometry of a sphere, though.
It works
yes.
one way and not the other.
Yeah,
I mean, okay.
sphere is
Can I-
curved
okay,
all the way around.
Okay, so can I ask you this? Does it appear that things are obstructed at the horizon? Can we at least agree on this? Does it appear? Can you guys at least admit that it does appear obstructed? Not saying
No,
it
you
is,
just-
not
no.
saying
No,
no.
You
I'm
just
just
can't
curious. I'm just curious. Can you guys be honest? I just want to hear it because
No,
it does appear obstructed.
well,
Sometimes.
things like waves.
You
things
guys
like
can't
waves
admit it.
can-
Okay.
Can obstruct.
you
Can obstruct
can't
things,
admit it.
but
I mean, I find
I've
it funny
never
how you
seen
guys could
physical-
admit that the
No,
Earth is
I've
flat
never
because it looks
seen
like it,
physical
but you guys
curvature, so-
can't
Okay.
admit it appears
It's
obstructed.
Hey,
funny that you, Donnie, Octane, it's funny that you have to point to these NASA art house pictures. Oh yeah, there's the curve. You're the
Because
guy who
because they have the
cake
money
and
to
eat
do
too.
this stuff. I'm one
No,
man.
they have
What, you
money.
think I could go to space?
Octane, get a grip. You're the guy
Okay.
who doesn't understand what it means not to be able to eat your cake and have it too. Okay, get a grip.
Yeah. Yeah. Octane, if say there's like a football field, if I'm on
Mhm.
one end zone and there's like a fly in the other end zone, do you think I'm going to be able to see the fly?
No. And like I said, I agree
Hey, is it
with you that
obstructed?
perspective is a thing.
Wait, is it obstructed?
No, it's not. It's just too
Well, why
small
can I
for
see
you
it
to see.
then? Oh, okay, perfect. Thanks.
Yes, no, I agree with you. Look, we're not disagreeing on perspective. Why do you keep jumping back to the thing we agree on?
Okay, so when you say like things appear obstructed, it doesn't actually appear obstructed. You just can't see it anymore, and you're claiming that it's going over a curve that doesn't exist.
So when a
You just
boat,
can't see it.
No, so when a boat is cut off by the water line, you're going to tell me that does not look obstructed. You're going to like. Why
Well,
can't
we
you just
already
admit
know
that?
we already know it's not obstructed.
No, I'm asking
just
you,
too far
does it
away.
appear? I'm not asking you if it is.
No.
Does it? It doesn't
It
appear.
doesn't- it
obstructed.
doesn't.
You can't
No.
admit that. Okay.
Yeah, it's just
that's wild
going
to me.
into the limit of your eye.
So
if you actually look at a boat sail away and you understand how your eyes work, you would know that it's not like it looks exactly how it should look if there was no physical obstruction.
if there's no
Not
physical
being able to see it.
obstruction, we should be able to see it a lot further, and it wouldn't be based on
No.
our height. Yep.
No.
Yep.
Well, we already know there's no curve, so it's all right. Like, there's no Earth curve, bro. It's okay.
I mean, I don't know what you call the obstruction then, but
You mean the obstruction that doesn't exist?
not the obstruction that exists. That I mean,
We
I know
already
you
went
see
over
it.
how
I
you
mean,
can
'cause you
just
live in
zoom in and
California.
bring it back.
I know you.
Yeah.
I know you've seen it. I mean, I
So
find it
how is
funny
it
that like you guys can't. You
You
can't
said
admit
yourself
that it
you've never seen
appears
curvature
obstructed.
as well, so
Well, no, when I say that, I mean like the left to right curve because I feel like that's what the majority of people here mean. They're
you've
not
never
talking
seen
about.
any curvature. You've seen things go out of your view, and you just assume it's curvature.
No, I see things
Yeah.
appear obstructed.
I mean, it's pretty pathetic going back to boats going away, going over the curve. Like, come on.
Well, yeah, because it's just basic science.
They already
No.
gave up on this in like 2014 or
Wait, they
2016,
didn't give
like,
up on
come on.
this. This is still one of the main proofs on why the Earth
No.
is a sphere. Yes.
no.
Yes.
Okay, so if you could just zoom in on it on the boat and then bring it back into view,
Okay.
that just debunks your whole claim.
Okay, please look at my video. I want you to look at that video and tell me this boat does not appear obstructed. It's so weird to me. You guys will look at the Earth and say, "Just look, it just looks flat." But then when I show you guys an image like this,
Is that objective? Is that the geometric horizon?
look at I can see the top of the boat. This boat is at
No,
least
I'm
100
asking, is
something
that where
feet.
it is? Is that where the curve of the Earth is?
Well, yeah, from my point of view, yeah.
Oh, come on, brother. So it's an apparent horizon.
No, it's physical.
You
It's based on where
Have
you
it both
are.
ways. Remember we went over this last
Well,
month?
okay,
You
wait.
cannot have your cake and eat it too.
Why can't
Yeah.
you? Can you explain that? Why can't I?
Why can't you have your
If you
cake
can't
and eat
explain
it
it,
too?
then yeah. Why can't
Once
I?
you've eaten your cake, it's not on the table anymore.
Let's get another cake.
Yeah, but that cake is gone.
I'll get another one.
Dude, you're a concrete thinker. Read some books, improve your literary skills.
Okay, I'm just saying, if you look at my video, I find it funny
Are
that
not going over the curb, sir.
I find it funny. I find it funny you guys could watch this video and not admit it
Have you
appears
ever been to the
obstructed.
beach?
That's my video. Yes, I've been to the beach.
Okay, have you ever seen something behind a boat disappearing?
Have I ever seen something behind a boat disappearing?
Yeah, the boat disappears, yet something behind it still you can see. Have you ever been there? To that beach? Well, you need to get out to the beach more. Observe the world around you before you come in here pontificating and make a fool of yourself. And figure out why you can't have your cake and eat it too. Figure that out. It'll help you.
Yeah.
You've been arrogant, so arrogant this morning. It's crazy.
I've been arrogant. I think I've been pretty peaceful.
Yeah,
we're
you're doing a
trying
bad job, Octane. You're doing a bad job. Anybody listening to this or seeing this, any Glober who sees this is just gonna just think it's pathetic, like the Globe arguments. Come on.
So that one GIF that someone posted of this ship on how you can't see it more, yeah, it's not even past the horizon. So again, this is my point. All these videos, these ships, they're not past the horizon, so it's just invalidated.
You can't
Come
even
on, bro.
locate the horizon. So what do you mean past
Yeah,
the horizon?
Well, you can make an estimate on where the horizon is based on your height,
But
and it's fairly accurate.
But it's a lie, though, because if you see on my GIF, you will see that the boat is too small to see even. So having it past it, you cannot even see the boat anymore.
Well,
So shouldn't it be half obstructed before it's too small to see?
Well, no, because, okay, the problem I have with these videos is that they're not shot long enough. Like, for my video, I stood out there for 30 minutes. This is like a 10-second GIF. If you kept your camera zoomed in on this ship and it went past the horizon, I guarantee on my life it would be obstructed bottom first. 1,000,000%.
But again, look at the GIF I sent you. Like, it zooms back out again. And you cannot even see it. So
yes, I agree. Perspective is a thing. I agree.
So my point is, you cannot even see it. It's already too small to see. So shouldn't it be half obstructed before that happens?
No. Perspective is when things shrink uniformly. That's the important key part about perspective. This is why when I see a ship or really like any object appear obstructed, that's not perspective, because perspective is uniform. This is why when you guys use the hallway example, the top, the bottom, and the sides all converge into a point. We do not see that. In my video, I did not see that. When I was there in person, I did not see that. I still saw the top of the ship just fine.
But
I can see it. It's not out of my eye limit. I can still see the top. Okay, and plus our eyes are pretty powerful. I mean,
okay, and tell me this: is the mast of that ship pointed away from you in adherence to the curve of the Earth?
Oh, like, are you saying like?
Yeah,
No, I'm asking a question.
No. Yeah, and I'm trying to just make sure I'm.
Yes or no?
hearing
I
it
think it's
correctly.
funny that you can't answer a question. Yes or no? I think it's funny.
Rephrase your question. That's what I'm asking you. Just rephrase your question.
This boat, as it goes over the curve of the Earth, is the mast of it pointing away from you in adherence to the curvature of the Earth? I think it's funny that you can't answer a yes or no on this.
I guess technically yes, but it would have to go out really far for it to.
Technically in your brain, I'm asking you what you saw.
Well, no, I don't see it because the Earth is so
Okay,
big.
well,
I can't see
technically,
it.
no.
Yes, no, sure.
Okay, figure out what meaning. You got to figure this out. The cake cannot. I can't believe you can't figure out how you think you can have your cake after you've eaten it. I don't understand that.
Yeah. Pretty bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like you guys know what perspective is. This is not what we see at the horizon line.
I feel like once you see something that doesn't comport to your ideology, you go into pseudoscience communication mode.
What have I said is pseudoscience?
The whole hand waving, oh, you just don't understand. I think it's funny that you guys. Oh,
Wait.
Go ahead. That's pseudoscience. You interrupting me as I give you a list of things. Oh. It's funny, isn't it?
Are you okay?
Are you okay?
I'm chilling.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. All
No,
I'm
You
saying
ain't
is,
chilling, pal.
Yeah, you're not.
okay, buddy.
Octane, how is when you can't see a boat anymore, and then somebody zooms in and can see it again? How are you saying that it's not over the horizon when he can't see it?
No, okay.
Like, do you know what the horizon is? Do we need to go? Do we need to explain that or?
Okay, let me get something clear. Things can disappear from your eyes even if it's not past the horizon, depending on how big the object we're talking about is.
Okay. Okay. No.
Wait. Also, but you can bring it back in with the camera. I completely agree. But then, if you keep your camera zoomed in on that object and you have that object go away from you,
Yeah,
I
you're just
No,
saying.
wait. Let me. I guarantee.
No. We already know what you're gonna say.
Okay, then say it, please. Finish it.
No.
For me. Okay,
No,
so you
need to
don't
go
know.
back
So you
to
just lying.
no.
Okay.
You need to go back to how is when you can't see a boat. How is it not past the horizon when you can't see it anymore?
I'm not saying you can see like small objects like a fly if it's not like I'm not making this claim. You keep on saying this claim that you think I'm making.
Okay. You're on the beach and a boat goes away from you and you can't see it anymore.
Mhm.
That's the boat going away beyond the horizon, not being able to see it anymore. So it went over the horizon.
Isn't it because your eyes aren't strong enough to see it?
Yeah.
And I have a point afterwards, but yeah, complete your point.
So when the boat disappears and then the guy with the camera at the same eye height zooms in and brings it back, that's proving it's not a physical obstruction.
But what happens if you keep your camera zoomed in on it and you tell that ship to go away?
Yeah, it's the same thing as not being able to see it with your naked eye before he zoomed in.
That's what I did in my video. You can see the ship clearly, and
it's the same. You're just saying the same thing we already just said. The boat sails away. You're standing on the beach. You can't see the boat anymore. Then he takes the camera, zooms in. He can see the boat again.
Yes, and now keep that boat going out and see what happens.
It's the same thing as it disappearing to the naked eye.
No, it's not, because when that
Come on, bro.
No, let me talk. Because when that boat is too small for your eyes to see, that boat is shrinking uniformly, correct? But once it gets past the horizon, it doesn't do the uniform thing anymore. It switches to bottom up. See, bottom up is obstruction, perspective is uniform. If you guys can't accept that, then I don't. That's literally the definition of perspective.
No.
Octane,
Yes, it is.
I just have a different view, or like let's attack it on a different way. Have you ever seen this video? I linked the image from the video.
Oh yeah, the Nat Geo thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a shit test. By the way.
No, but listen. Basically, do you agree that it's obstructed from the bottom in this video?
Because I think there's supposed to be another line, right? There's supposed to be 3.
You cannot see. Yeah, exactly. You cannot see the lower lines, basically, and you cannot see the white at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, and do you agree that it's in front of the horizon?
In this image, yeah, it looks like it.
So then we have this effect not even related to the horizon, right? Then we have obstructed from bottom, even not. We don't even have to talk about the horizon, so it has nothing to do with potential curvature. Correct or incorrect?
Well, I mean, the horizon is still important. This video in particular.
You don't understand my point. My point, I only want you to kind of acknowledge that we have this effect even not related to the horizon. Because you seem to be implying that as soon as we see something obstructed from the bottom, it has to be the horizon. And I'm just showing you a Nat Geo video that they actually reproduce the same effect in front of the horizon. So the entire effect is an optical effect. It has nothing to do with any potential horizon. It doesn't mean, like, it doesn't have to, we don't even have to go into if it's a physical horizon or like a apparent horizon. So my point is just, if we can have this effect in front of the horizon, how can we then still claim, or how can you then still claim that as soon as we see this effect, it has to be curvature? That's what I'm getting at.
Because the horizon is a lot more consistent, and we can make like estimations on how much of something is going to be obstructed, and they're fairly accurate for just being like kind of.
But again, you just admitted that we can have the same effect in front of the horizon.
Yeah, because of refraction and stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of in waves, swells, things like this. Yeah, I completely agree.
So then your boat video. So then
does not invalidate the horizon.
So then your boat video is basically affirming the consequent fallacy, because you're basically saying, I showed you guys a video of a boat being obstructed from the bottom, and you say the only plausible explanation is that it's curvature. But I just showed you a different explanation or a different example of how this effect can occur, even not related to the horizon. So I will just say your argument is basically gone, because as soon as you can show just a different way to reproduce this effect, what do you have left of your argument? Do you understand?
No, well, because in my video, the horizon isn't past the ship. The ship is being obstructed.
That's my entire point, though, that you can reproduce the same effect in front of the horizon.
Yeah.
Wait, so you can produce it reliably? So do you know what's causing that?
Then we were like going into angles and stuff, but my entire
just say no. Just say no if you can't explain it. It sounds like
that's not really the point, bro.
My point.
It's okay. No, don't bail him out. Stop.
No. Wait. Like my point is that it's an optical phenomenon. Like I don't know exactly how every variable in this part kind of works. I'm just giving you an example, kind of showing you that the effect you are using as your main point can happen at different circumstances and doesn't even need to be related to any like horizons. That's my entire point.
Okay, but in the example I posted, it is due to the horizon because it isn't beyond
that's what you have. That's your claim.
I mean, can't you guys see the video? Are you?
No. Hey. Nobody is disputing what we see. I have lived by the ocean my entire life. I've seen this effect many times. But my point is, you don't always see it, and you sometimes see it in front of the horizon. So how can you claim that it's an effect only related to the quote-unquote alleged curvature?
Well, because when an object goes out far enough, it will always obstruct bottom first. Eventually...
No. Hey. Okay, so have you done this yourself? Have you gone out and looked at boats?
Yes. This video's mine.
Yeah, sure. So did you go out? Have you gone out and observed these things like many days in a row, like a week,
multiple
2 weeks
times.
in a row?
Yeah.
And do
there's a port and they come in and out. Yeah.
Do you see this effect consistently, and you have never seen it any other place than the horizon yourself?
Yeah, it's very consistent.
And you have never seen this effect any other place than the horizon?
Wait, I'm sorry, what does that mean? I've never seen it.
Like in this Nat Geo video. Like,
you're saying like, have I ever seen it like that?
Of the horizon and not at the horizon.
Yeah, like I've seen weird things because of like refraction and shit. It'll make the
again. Now you're just throwing out explanations. You're like just answer my question.
Communication.
Yeah,
wait, refraction is pseudoscience now, really?
No. Wait. Refraction.
The way you throw it.
Tell me a refraction effect that will prolong or enhance your distance of viewing.
I mean, I don't know specific names, but I know there's like looming. And
that's why it's pseudoscience, because you throw it in as an ad hoc excuse.
It's not an excuse; it's the truth. So I don't know what to tell you.
How do you know that? You're just.
My goodness, sir.
Wait, like, are you saying like, how do I know refraction is in our atmosphere?
No. You are saying that. So look in voice text again. Let's look at atmospheric refraction. So, which part of this GIF, enhances our view? What part of this video makes us see longer? As long, like in all my experience with atmospheric refraction, it inhibits our view. It doesn't make us see longer. It makes us see less. You know.
Well, what do you mean? The black swan is a good example. On certain days, you can't.
No. Let's discuss the GIF that I just posted. Yeah. Like, which part of this video?
Okay, so just the GIF. Okay, nothing else.
No, it's just an example of atmospheric refraction.
And I gave you an example too.
No.
No.
I can't give examples.
The whole point is the black swan is not refraction. Like when you can't see it as far, that's the refracted one. But you guys say the opposite. Like refraction prevents you from seeing farther. It doesn't help you see farther.
Yeah.
So how do you decide that? How do you decide that?
No. How do you decide that?
Okay.
Yeah.
How do I decide that?
Yes.
Because the cranes are obviously bent on the days where we could see them further. And
okay, so how is that going to help you see around a ball?
It bends light.
Yeah, that's the other way, though.
What do you mean the other way?
Okay.
I might find it funny that you can't just explain that. You just laugh it off and then you move on. Okay,
yeah, because it's called
because you don't know how to explain it.
Heat haze. No. Yeah. Okay, it's called a heat haze. Hot air rises. Okay, so that rising air isn't going to help you see around a curved surface like a ball Earth.
So, to my knowledge, light bends towards the denser medium. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
May I ask you a
where is
question,
the denser
Octane?
air? Is it closer to the ground or is it up above us?
It's above.
No, it's
but
not.
Of course,
the
you
denser
didn't.
is below us. Okay.
No,
you
incorrect.
Got that wrong.
No, you're wrong.
When you go up, it's less dense. I don't know where you.
Right,
I don't know
and
if
it's
you hike
colder, right?
before.
Yeah, it's colder on like the top of a mountain, right?
I mean, yeah,
Okay, there's a relationship between temperature and pressure, right?
sure.
Okay, so the denser air, which would be closer to the surface, gets heated up and moves. It expands, okay? So the denser air is actually above the surface. It's not right at the surface because that air gets heated up and expands upward, which, again, would prevent you from seeing around a ball. It's not going to help you. It's going to prevent you from seeing farther. But of course, you didn't know that. You just claim refraction. You don't know anything about it.
I mean,
just say, "Oh, we can't." The funny thing is, you guys are the ones who say we can't trust our eyes, and then accuse us of not accepting the evidence of this globe, this non-evidence.
I mean, I feel like you guys don't trust your eyes.
Like we always see too far, but we can't trust our eyes. But we're not accepting evidence, though. Just like, okay, bro.
And if the light from the whatever you're looking at refracts downwards, it should just inhibit your view, right? Because it should go down to the ground before it hits your eyes. It shouldn't
Exactly.
It shouldn't make you see longer.
Yep.
What do you mean it shouldn't make you see longer?
It shouldn't make you see further because the light is going to your eyes. It's not your eyes looking, like you're not sending anything out that will kind of curve around the assumed globe. Like the light hitting whatever house or whatever boat you're looking at will then, if it's refracting towards the more denser, it would hit ground or the ocean or whatever in between you sooner. It should. Like, do you understand what I mean? It should go down before your eyes can pick it up, so it wouldn't make you see longer or further. It would inhibit your view.
I mean, how do you know this?
Dude, it's literally just basic logic. Like on a clear day, you're gonna see farther than if there's like atmospheric distortion and all these effects happening. It's just obvious. Like if there's nothing happening, you're gonna see farther. Clear, like obviously.
Yeah, but if that's true, then why on clearer days? Why does the black swan? Why is the second oil thing cut off? And on days
that's just bullshit.
More distorted. Okay,
that's just
got it. Okay, just bullshit.
The black swan is only about the distance to the horizon, according to the radius.
No. I'm talking about the oil rigs, though. I don't.
Yeah, the oil rigs.
That's not relevant. That's not relevant to the.
It's relevant. It's relevant because I brought it up. Not you. I brought it up. I'm talking about the oil rigs. If you want to talk about the horizon, that's fine.
So it's relevant to the argument because you brought it up?
Yes, I brought the argument up. Yes, so it's
why are the oil rigs even in that observation? What's the significance of the oil rigs being in that observation?
I don't know. Why don't you ask the person who started it?
What do you mean you don't know?
You don't know?
You just told me you understood the relevance of why you brought it up.
And Octane,
you're talking about me. Oh, I thought you were talking about like.
I'm talking about you. Why? Okay, why are they?
The reason why I'm bringing it up is because on days.
No. Why are the oil rigs even in the observation?
Why are they in the observation? I don't know why the original person put them in the observation.
Yeah, you do. You have been on the server.
Well, why? How is it you're explaining to us the relevance of what you're talking about the oil rigs? If you don't even know why they're in there.
In comparison to the horizon, right? Is that what they were for?
They're distance markers.
They're distance, right? Okay.
Hey,
so now you just.
Oh wait, so real quick. How do you guys know how far the horizon is?
Oh my goodness, brother!
Wait, I'm curious. Wait, no, I'm curious. Wait. We can't just answer it. I'm legitimately curious.
That's why. Like, basically, check that link. It's
no.
It's just Pythagorean theorem. It's what NASA tells you how you.
No, Hyder.
If you don't like that observation, do your own. Figure out your own.
No, wait. Let me talk.
Wait.
Are you okay? Okay, thank you. Okay.
Wait.
How did you guys?
I think it's funny that, dude, Octane, you've been doing this for months.
How old are you? Can I speak?
You're just gonna say more bullshit, bro.
I'm old.
Yeah, but I'm curious.
What do you expect me to say?
Let him go. Let him go.
I'm curious to what he will say because like he is now saying, how do you guys calculate the horizon? But we never did. We are using NASA's calculations. So what do you have to say about NASA's calculations then?
Wait, can I please just get to what I was originally trying to say?
Sure.
Okay.
What's the point? What's the point in pinning down the location? What's the point of pinning down the location of the oil rigs?
Wait.
Fogginess.
Okay, can I speak? Please,
I don't know. Can you?
I don't know. Will you let me? Okay, thank you.
Hurry up. Yeah.
All right. So, how do you guys know how far the horizon is in that black swan image? Because I heard some flat earthers say that the horizon is 30 plus miles away.
Don't know that. We know it's beyond the oil rigs.
Do you understand that oil rig is 10 miles offshore? 10 miles offshore, Weasel. So
it's never at the image.
No, okay,
all the information is
okay. I don't think you guys. Okay, I don't think you guys heard what I. Okay,
we heard you.
See, this is the thing, Weasel. You think that you get to ask all these questions about an observation, yet the people who have the sense built into their minds can look at the presentation and unpack the idea that we are not on a globe, my guy. And
wait, you're saying I can't ask questions?
Against the idea that you can make this amazing long-distance horizon observation when the sagittah of your viewing angle, or your viewing line, keeps on changing, which actually proposes the idea that the land beneath you is actually changing, which is not possible. Right? You have to realize that with these presentations of refraction that these gentlemen are showing you in the discussion, right? If you can unpack the idea, you know what a sagittah is of a circle, you'll be able to understand the idea that point, you can't change that. You can't do that on a landform that's round. It's impossible. And this is why the landform is flat. Study
so you're saying refraction can't affect the ground, right? Is that the main thing? It should only be able to affect like objects that are
why are you even bringing up refraction?
Because it's important to the discussion.
I just showed you image.
Weasel.
I just showed you a GIF that changes. Like, you can see that, of course, it changes how we see things, but it doesn't enhance the distance we can see. It limits it.
It doesn't always limit it. It can do both.
So show us somewhere when it can enhance our view. I've never seen that. I've never heard of that type of refraction before. So please tell us that.
That's a lie. You've been in here a long time, okay?
No, that's not a lie.
Listen, Weasel.
Name something. You don't name something.
Everybody in this chat a liar. Okay? We call you intellectually dishonest because we have constantly appealed to your intellect and you laugh and scoff at what we present to you. So you do not get to come up in this chat and call people liars. Do you understand that?
Who are you, my mother?
Okay, no, I'm somebody with a lot better ethical standing than you have, my friend.
All right. Well, I've been longer than you.
Check yourself, man. You don't need to label people in your debating.
Okay, for one, right? I was joking. I wasn't like. Okay, for one, I was joking when I said liar. I wasn't being serious about that. So just chill. For one.
Yeah, but to me, it doesn't really matter. I'm just curious to, like, you said that you knew some refraction effect that is going to enhance our view. So please name that effect and show us some examples, because I've never heard of this before.
Well, honestly. Okay, so I don't know the exact names of the types of
okay, so that would be another example of your pseudoscientific globe reification nonsense, correct?
So you believe there is an effect, but you don't actually know it. So that's our point, basically.
Well, I don't know the name, but I've seen.
But you have been here for many.
Back.
You have been here for many years
since 2016.
as well.
Since the good old days.
Octane, you have been here for many years as well. So have you never actually looked into this? Like, if you just looked into it one time, shouldn't you know this kind of effect that you are now claiming to be existing? Or have you just have faith this entire time that it exists? You just never bothered looking into it?
I'm okay. So you want me to show you a video of refraction?
Can you answer me? Yeah, just give me an example. That's perfect. And please tell me which type of refraction it is.
Okay, so wait real quick. I'm doing something real quick.
Or maybe just go get a cake and eat it, and still if you see if you still have it.
Well, I mean, I can buy another one. So.
Well, you're missing the point, brother. You're exposing yourself as a concrete thinker when you say that. Okay.
Okay, let me find this video.
Octane, did you hear me?
Yes, I did. Yes, it's concrete thinking.
Yes, and that's not going to get you anywhere.
Okay.
You assume? Dude.
Yeah, I mean, I never heard that before, so I'm...
Your language, you're using these words that makes you think you sound smart, but you don't have basic grasp of...
I said refraction and...
You said you assume that's bad. If you're a concrete thinker. I mean, come on, dude.
Yeah, I assume that's bad. What you want me to say?
You can do more than just assume.
Oh, this video is going to be a pain in my ass to find.
Okay, it doesn't prove a globe, so it doesn't really matter.
Well, I mean, it matters. I mean, because he asked. So
yeah, this refraction, it all just depends on a flat Earth anyways. So. Like, you don't have the radius in the first place to even calculate this light bending around a ball that wouldn't even happen. So.
Well, we do. Well, we have measured it. The first person.
Wait. Who's we?
Oh my, the semantics. Oh my god, I can't. Okay, the royal we. The royal we.
Yeah, the point is you didn't do anything. Someone just told you the Earth's a ball and you just believe it. And you go, they measured it because you Googled something.
I mean, yeah, kind of, because I trust
They've got you chanting that it's been measured.
Yeah.
Yes, because I have trust in these institutions.
Yes, we get it.
You have trust. Yeah.
100%. You have to have trust.
Yeah, they tell you you're flying 1,000,000 miles per hour and you just believe it. Yeah.
Why would you say that you have to trust somebody? That's kind of...
No, not have to trust. I have.
Why would you even be here if it's trust that you need?
Oh, because I like talking to you guys.
Oh, you like talking to us, do you?
Yeah, you guys are pretty fun. I mean, I can't get this conversation anywhere else, right? Let's be real.
Oh, fuck.
All right, I think I found the video, and I'll even timestamp it for you.
Wait, a video about who measured it?
No, like about the refraction, it being able to show you something that's behind something, right? Is that what you wanted originally, right?
No, because it doesn't prove the Earth's a ball.
Oh, okay. I'm just doing what he asked.
I actually asked him for that.
I'm just doing what he asked.
Okay.
That's all.
I'll have a look.
Yeah, fuck it, I won't timestamp it, I'll just post it. And I'm pretty sure you guys have seen this video before. Like, you guys have seen this, right? I mean, I think I've showed this to some flat earthers in the past, and they say that, oh, well, there's not a dense air like this in, like, our atmosphere or whatever. Or something like that, that's what I've heard, but... Who did you trust?
Can you explain what he's doing?
Yeah, what is this supposed to be?
He's pouring... Fuck, what is it? I think like a butane or something like that. Or he's pouring like a really dense gas or something, and you're able to see the red part of it. I mean, even though it's obstructed by the curve of the propane tank or whatever it is. So like first it's obstructed, then when there's a gas for it to bend.
So wait a second. Are you now talking about gas being in a closed container, or are you talking about refraction occurring in a closed container? I'm confused.
I'm just talking about light bending due to
But Octane, the entire green thing isn't changing anything though.
The what?
Like the upper part of this green thing, it doesn't change. It only
I see it as blue.
Yeah, okay, blue, I don't know. But like the top of it doesn't change at all, so it doesn't lift up the object. Sure, it can maybe refract some of the light or change direction of some of the light, but it doesn't change the entire thing though.
Yeah, it looks like it's just slowing down the light and changing the color. So
yeah,
it's slowing the light, just changing.
It doesn't lift anything.
It doesn't lift the object up as you said it would.
No, but I mean,
it does exposes some of the lower portions. No, but again, it exposes some of the lower portions, but it doesn't lift the object up.
So you want the whole? Okay, I see what you mean. It could be because the gas he's using is so dense and it just immediately like hits the bottom and it quickly evaporates. Like it's only towards the bottom, like it's concentrated at the bottom, so that's what it's going to lift. If that makes sense.
So not an experiment.
I mean,
this is an experiment.
Are you saying
it's not an experiment? It's a test. If anything, it's not an experiment. There's no hypothesis that it's actually testing.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, test or whatever the right word. I don't know what the right word is. So whatever the right word is.
Are you saying that's like analogous to the Earth?
No. So
okay.
Hyder or Heater. Sorry, I don't know how to say your name. Hyder, I think.
Yeah, Hyder. Sure.
He asked for something. I forgot what the original question even was. I think we both did. I don't know if you remember Hyder.
I can repeat it. The question was, show me refraction that can extend your view.
Okay. And I would consider this, extending. I don't know if that's the right word, but it's being, it's letting you see something. Well, it's letting you see something that's obstructed. That's the point. It's allowing you to see the red part of this that is obstructed. Because you can't see it when it's not there, unlike when he's not pouring the liquid butane or whatever. But once he pours it, it's able to be seen by you. And then when it's gone, it disappears again.
Sure.
That's all.
So which type of refraction would you say that we are up against to extending the view? My question was two-part. It was which type of refraction is it, and show me a video. So which type of refraction would you say this is? Extending our view.
I want to say looming because that's like the only one I remember when I looked it up.
Isn't looming the one that is
is looming when it makes something float up in the air? Is that looming?
Yeah, or vice versa when it kind of reflects what's under or something, right?
Yeah, I don't know the name. So even though I don't know the name of the refraction, can we at least agree that refraction can allow you to see something that's obstructed? Like it can bend the light? That's all. Not talking about the Earth. Can we just at least agree that that's possible? Just in general.
Well, you just showed it.
Yeah, sure. Like light can...
Okay, cool.
Light can change direction, sure.
Okay.
But it doesn't extend your view, though.
So when you say extend your view, you mean... I guess, can you explain that a little
more? Yeah, if that red thing was like too small for you to see it, that refraction wouldn't allow you to see it. You know?
Well, yeah, because it's still just too small for your eye to see.
Right.
Yeah.
But again, like if we just go back to your original claim with the boat video, like your point was that we can see that it's being quote unquote obstructed from bottom. That's what you would say, at least. I would just say that you cannot see the bottom. I wouldn't say that it's necessarily obstructed by anything, because in my view that would be affirming the consequent. And as long as you look at, for example, the Nat Geographic video that I showed you, like you even agreed already that this effect can happen other places and in front of the horizon. So can we at least agree that this effect doesn't necessarily imply any quote unquote obstruction?
I would say there's more videos like mine than there are of.
No. Please just answer the question. Can we at least agree that this effect can happen without any quote unquote obstruction? What you would call obstruction. Yeah. So then then you agree with me that your first argument doesn't necessarily imply what you originally implied by it?
I would say mine would still imply it, though, because we're not seeing the issue with Nat Geo.
Now you're basically double speaking, though, because you have basically agreed with me that this same effect that was your entire point can happen in front of the horizon.
Right, it can happen in front of the horizon, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't happen at the horizon.
Yeah, but again, how do you know that if this effect happens at the horizon, that it's necessarily the reason that you...
Because that's what I see.
Yeah, but again, that's
the reification. That's what your mind. Like when I asked you about the masts, you told us what you hoped that would reify the globe, and then I pressed you on it, and you said, "Well, no." You said, "Well, technically, yes," and you're given another. "Well, technically, yes." You're only giving that answer to reify the globe premise. You may not realize that, but I think you do. Hey, you were so close to being honest there, and then whoa, I was honest there, and it actually, didn't point to globe. Yeah, you were pretty honest, and then you retreated back to the reification tent.
Weasel, what is it you're looking for from us exactly?
I guess just talks and debates. I find them interesting, and I like talking about like the Earth and stuff. I think it's cool.
Okay, so you can agree that in terms of the realm of debate, again, you asked me if I was your mother. You can agree that in terms of debate, that making things personal and personally attacking and qualifying and putting labels on people is just like, it's out of pocket. There's no need for it, right?
Well, for one, didn't you first go off on me, and that's why I made the snarky?
Because you called us liars, my guy.
I was joking. I didn't call you a liar for one.
Here's the thing. Hey, here's the thing. You are a glober, right? So it's you can walk into a room and start kicking jokes with a bunch of friends. Like, I just be honest with you, we're not your friend. We're here to debate with you, and not even get into personal joking levels with you. Right? And the fact that we are literally sitting here, we've been here for hours, talking to you, appealing to your intellect, right? And you're now at the point where you've been backed into a corner so severely that you're looking desperately for one point of agreement so that you can feel better about yourself, right? There's no need for that. We're engaged in debate. There's no ego. We're learning. That's it.
Okay, well, real quick, I am probably friends with quite a few flat earthers because I've been here a lot longer than you. For one.
Okay. If the Earth was flat,
your mom.
And what does that have to do with the truth?
Wait.
Well, I mean, you brought it up, so I just answered with what you said.
When you find your friends and you find the truth in the friends that you find, that's when you find the people that you can align with. So I'm saying to you that from an aspect of
you don't have to agree with your friends 100%. That's weird.
Well, Octane, it just seems like that, like there's maybe the way you're living your life, I don't know. It seems like there's something preventing you from admitting the truth because it's inconvenient to other things that you do.
Not really. The shape of the Earth has no bearing on my life. I mean, literally, I never talked about the shape of the Earth until I.
It actually does,
in 2016. No, it doesn't. Literally, just go out in public and talk to people, and the shape doesn't matter to fucking anyone. Okay, this is such a niche.
That's not the point.
That's what we're talking about. You brought
okay. No. There's something with you where you don't want to admit reality for some reason.
Because
there's something wrong.
I'm a glober. What do you? I mean, what do you think I'm going to say? I'm a glober.
It's a sunken cost. It's a sunken cost fallacy. Hey, Octane, what would you prefer? Outer space nothingness or a flat, mysterious realm?
I think that's disingenuous to space. It's not just.
Come on, bro. Just answer.
Okay. The outer space ideology, whatever it means to you.
Okay.
Or other.
Space.
Okay. Well, so you can't say that it means nothing to you. I mean, I liked space. I thought space was cool. I never wanted to be an astronaut, but I wanted to play golf on the moon.
Do you see how if the Earth is flat, which it is, that proves that we're in like an intelligently designed system, and it proves like God or a creator, whatever you want to say.
And what I is referring to is I Love Luck makes great points about the ability to, when you're able to sit back and observe and unpack something for yourself, it is the most amazing, gratuitous feeling that you can pay yourself to observe what you actually see versus what other men tell you you're supposed to see. And when you're able to see for yourself, literally, once you see it, you can't unsee it. That allows you to see things in a different purview, which opens your eyes to a lot of things.
Right. Okay, well, I have made my own observations, and yeah, it's pretty round.
That's not...
Well, also, you said the shape of the Earth doesn't matter, so that means...
yeah, I mean, ultimately,
you don't care.
Matter.
Well, if the shape of the Earth doesn't matter, then reality doesn't matter, and truth doesn't matter to you.
Yeah,
I mean, I find this like a hobby. Like, I'm interested in it, but it doesn't really have any bearing on my life. No.
But you said at the end of it,
what the truth? That's what you're admitting.
Say again?
Yeah, exactly. Who cares about your observations if you're going to appeal to authority willingly and happily at the end of the day?
Care because I know probably most of you didn't even watch it.
I don't know who just said that, but that was the whole point. When you say it doesn't matter, you're just admitting that reality doesn't matter to you. Like, the truth doesn't matter. You don't care about how
Wait, so when I say the shape doesn't matter,
yes,
I'm saying reality doesn't matter. I think you just care about the shape too much.
No, I don't care about the shape. It's about the implications of the shape. It's about what it means on a deeper level, but yeah, of course.
I mean, I'm not.
You don't want to admit that there's a God because it's always just these people who leave rock. Like, people came from rocks because you are immoral and you just want to keep living in your immoral life. But whatever.
I don't know. Bringing religion into subjects like this is always iffy because it's just based on faith.
The whole subject is religion. You believe you live on a spinning globe, bro. Come on.
No, it's not a religion. It's just fact.
Heliocentrism is definitely
a
religion with theocratic edicts that you sit here and repeat to us.
You told us earlier you've never seen curve, yet you believe it. So,
because
that's faith.
Because there are some things in life that you cannot do, so you have to instill trust into some people. So, like, I trust the people who have the money, who have the knowledge, who have the time.
So you're priests
that have the airwaves.
You're priests.
I mean, just like I trust really like any other sector, like whether it's like so like if I go to the hospital, I'm trusting the doctors.
If it doesn't matter, why do you seek trust?
Say again?
If it does not matter, why do you seek trust?
I mean, I don't seek it. I just accept it and move on.
So would you be all right if the Earth is a globe, but the whole entire thing is geocentric, meaning everything moves around the Earth, even if the Earth was still a globe? Would that be all right with you?
I mean, yeah, it'd be fine if that was how it is, yeah.
Okay, then you understand that the only reason... The only reason that they've chosen the heliocentric model is strictly based off philosophical reasons. You know that, right?
Preference. Just as you prefer, Octane.
Based on preference.
Based on preference, yeah, meaning that the observations and everything that we see can be heliocentric or geocentric, right? And actually, there's more evidence for geocentrism. But based on philosophical reasoning, they choose the heliocentric model because they can't stand, by their own admission, the idea of Earth being in a preferred position. So it's strictly on religious and philosophical beliefs that they say we are in a heliocentric model and not a geocentric model.
Okay, so if I were to research why did we switch from a geocentric to heliocentric, would I be able to find that, or how do you know this information?
I mean, you can just listen to what the proponents of heliocentrism say themselves. People like Edwin Hubble, right? When presented with all of the evidence, they say that they choose the heliocentric model, not because it's proven, but strictly based on philosophical grounds because they can't stand the idea of Earth being in a preferred position.
And they said all that. I mean, so again, like if I were to research this, I'm gonna get your answer. Like, how did you come to this conclusion?
Hey, I just posted a quote by George F.R. Ellis in Livestream voice text. Just read that. You have probably read it before, Octane, but yeah. But as he said, Hubble said that as well. We have many people saying that.
And it's the same reason they write that you should assume that the globe or that the plane is not rotating, moving, or a globe in any airline manufacturer guidelines.
Because why would you need to account for it? But anyways, let's see.
What?
You heard me.
So you're telling me that if I'm building an aircraft, I wouldn't need to account for the spinning and the globe model at all in my building of an aircraft. Weasel.
Yeah, I don't know why you would really have to account for much of anything. But
what? No, you're a glober, so you should understand the premise of a plane landing and taking off from the plane that it's interacting with, shouldn't you? Because you're a glober.
The instruments would have to know about the curvature. If not, the instrument would never work, and the autopilot would basically presume a flat ground and try to fly up instead of going over this assumed curvature. You get that, right?
Okay. You'd end up in space. You do realize that, Weasel, right? Or are you that much of a weasel that you don't realize that?
You wouldn't end up in space, no.
Yeah, but the aircraft would have to account for the curvature. It would have to tip down to get around this curvature. That's the point that he is making.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay,
no, you don't have to.
So you can you can drive around a roundabout with just going straight then, because you don't have to care that you have to turn. You can just go straight and presume that it's straight, and then you will go around the roundabout in a car.
Well, that's not like analogous. I don't think.
Why not? You have to tip around the
because one is flying and one is driving around a roundabout.
No. Wait. You're going around. You're going in a circular motion, exactly as you would have to do if you're going around a curve on a presumed ball.
Well, when you're flying on a plane, generally to get to your destination, you just want to fly straight. On a roundabout, you're literally turning.
Yeah, but again, if you fly straight on a ball, you would not go down to preserve your altitude above this ball. But I don't increase in latitude. Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay, Hater. Did you hear his concession though? When you fly a plane, you have to fly straight.
Yeah. That's what I meant. Yeah.
That was out of his mouth, right? And if I was listening, I'd be like, "Oh, that's a concession. Interesting."
And that's my point. That's why I try to bring the parallel with the roundabout, because he is basically saying that you could drive around a roundabout by just driving straight, because you don't have to account for it curving around. You wouldn't have to mind about that. Just drive straight. You'll circle the roundabout forever, right?
No input required from the driver, right?
Yeah.
You just let Jesus take the wheel.
So, Octane Weasel, do you take the heliocentric model? Do you prefer that one based on philosophical reasons, or do you just take that is reality based on faith of what somebody's told you?
If we're going by your words, faith, but I would say trust. I trust
faith and trust. Yeah. So no
mistrust.
So no empirical evidence or anything like that, just faith.
I mean, we do have evidence, but the evidence is coming from the people that I trust, so you guys probably wouldn't trust them. So,
well, the people that you trust say that they only take the heliocentric stance based on philosophical reasons, meaning you can construct a geocentric or a heliocentric model.
So my question is...
based on observations. There is no difference.
I mean, I'm gonna...
But you have basically conceded as well, Octane. Just want to say a little one thing, because you say that the only thing you have is trust. So you have basically conceded that you don't know about any evidence, right? Because all you have in support for it is the trust. What we would say faith, but it doesn't matter. Trust in people, trust in the word of people, or faith
it's not
in the word of people.
So it's not just blind trust, I just trust you guys. I looked at the evidence that they presented to me.
But it has to be, though, because without it, you would not agree to it being only by trust, because you would say, no, because I know that it works because of this and this and this. But you say, no, it's only because of my trust. So now it's basically, I would say this is back to doublespeak again, because you have said that your only point is the trust in what people told you, but then you go along and then you negate your own sentence by saying no, but you wouldn't trust the evidence. So what evidence do you have if your entire point is trust? Either you have evidence, know of some evidence for sure that you can verify, or it's just trust. It's not both,
And you trust the man over an apparent creator, which is extremely concerning.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I feels like I'm gonna do what you guys do. It sounds like you guys are appealing to authority, because you guys are bringing up this one person and saying, "Look at this quote. This must be true because he's an important figure." So you guys are actually appealing to authority fallacy.
No.
Yes.
It's your guy.
You're using it as evidence.
No, it's multiple people. They all say it, and this is your
multiple authorities.
Experts.
So you're appealing to multiple authorities.
It's not a fallacy because they're subject matter experts.
Wait, so mine aren't?
They're your guys. This is.
But you guys are using it as evidence, so you're appealing.
No. But hey, this is a hostile witness. This is a person on top of the academia that you told us that you trust.
And you guys are trusting him
we are
too,
using
right?
the people in the institution that you trust
them
against you. We are not saying that this guy. Yeah, but hey, this is not our argument. We are pulling things from the institution that you trust.
And you're trusting it too, to use it as a...
No. We are not globe earthers. We don't believe in any of these cosmologies. You know what I mean? We are using this as a hostile witness because you said you trust the academia. And we are showing you people in this academia that you trust that are admitting that there is no actual proofs. It all goes back to philosophy. That's what they are saying. Or many of them.
The people that are giving
the 3 people out of the thousands of space agencies, the
3 people. I just posted like 7 different people.
Oh my, 7 out of 1,000 institutions. Holy. Oh my god.
But what about Stephen Hawking?
Oh my god, 8?
You are belittling. This is why.
Yes, I am, because 8 out of 1,000 institutions.
Doesn't make a difference.
Here's the thing. All of those people. Here's the thing. All those people in the institutions that you're referring to are just like yourself, meaning their basis and their foundation comes solely based off faith, and then they build upon that, right? So whether they're consciously or unconsciously choosing this model makes no difference.
And another thing,
if they don't understand that geocentrism can perfectly explain and actually probably better explain the observations that we see, but they choose heliocentrism, then are they lying? Or maybe they don't even know that it's a choice. They just assume that the heliocentric model is the only one that can work. And when you're taught that in school and you continue to grow up and believe that, you're operating off this faith that you don't even know that you have this misplaced faith.
Okay, well, I guess I'll do my research on heliocentrism versus geocentrism.
I guess I will. I love it.
And I will see if I can come to the same conclusion that you have, even though from the few searches that I've done, I haven't heard anything.
You'll be able to rationalize it however you need to, if that's what you seek out to do.
I mean, because what it sounds like to me is that if I were to research this right now, that I wouldn't come to the conclusion that you guys are coming to. Because to come to...
How would you go about your research?
I would just go on Google and I would start just clicking links and reading and cross-referencing.
There you go. Maybe that's your problem.
Yeah.
So my problem is to use...
No. Dude, you just got shown subject matter experts. So it's not a fallacy to appeal to people who are actually experts on the topic.
Within the field, he is appealing to.
You mentioned us referring to your witness, right? And I just want to mention that there's this thing in the court process, legal proceedings, where you discredit the witness. So we just discredited your witness. What this is the point. You understand? When a witness gets discredited, they get every evidence that they've thrown out, the conversations that they've had with with counsel, all of that stuff gets thrown out. You realize that, right?
Well, for one, this isn't a courtroom.
You missed the point, my small mind.
Yes, analogies are lost on this guy.
All right. Well, I think I made enough people mad tonight.
No one's mad. It might be disbelief you're sensing.
Mad is still not
maybe that's it. I mean, I feel angry, but I didn't mean to.
Dude.
I'm personally disappointed by your intellectual performance. That's what disappoints me. But what makes me happy is the amount of engagement that we've had and the audience that has been watching us appeal to your intellect for the last couple of hours, and you've just done nothing but talk it down. So trust me, you're doing a great job for us, man.
It will be very interesting.
So fast, huh?
It'll be dude, you've got some real logical fallacies you like to throw around with just pretending you're not doing it. It'll be very interesting to hear your book report on the origins of heliocentrism.
Oh yeah.
Yes, cannot wait.
Let me just read you this one Stephen Hawking quote, right? So which is real? Sure, you can look it up. So which is real, the Ptolemaic or Copernican system? Although it is not uncommon for people to say that Copernicus proved Ptolemy wrong, that is not true. One can use either picture as a model for the universe, for our observations of the heavens can be explained by assuming either the Earth or the Sun to be at rest. Stephen Hawking.
And there it doesn't even matter who the authority is, because he's saying both.
Okay, well, like I said, I'll do my research and I'll see if I come across the same.
We already gave you the research, bro. We just gave it to you right there.
Oh,
but I would say that that's awesome, Octane. Like,
yeah,
you have been here for a lot of years, but like, you've probably heard this many times as well. But the only thing we really want is for people to actually research it themselves. So I applaud you. Go, do your research. That's awesome.
But one thing I have a problem with the server is that when people research and they come to a different conclusion, they just get told, "Oh, you must have just did your research wrong." That's not really.
No. That's a generalization. Like, if you have done your research, you have verified something, then you can show us the verification. How did you verify it, right? But when people come back and say, "No, but this guy's agreed with me and this guy agreed with me," of course we will point out the same thing that we have pointed out to you now, that there is no actual proof. So you're again then back to trust, as you told, or you called it yourself. But by all means, if you do your research and come back with actual proof or anything we can verify, I would never just discount that out of pure ignorance. I would look at it for sure. I'm going to promise you that. So please do your research and come back with some evidence. I'm all for it.
We spent 2-3 hours with you today talking about the stuff that you found. I don't think that that's nice to say, right? Again, this is we are very open. We will talk about everything, right? But there's a certain point where we were like, that's pushing it a bit.
And to sum it up very quickly, you brought the video. We discussed the video. I showed you the Nat Geo where you have the same effect in front of the horizon. And after that, we have basically just discussed other things. So we are still not at a point where you have anything conclusive about the globe, right? We are at the point for example, Eratosthenes, as you have probably heard of. Like, you can interpret it as you want, as Hawking is saying, as George F.R. Ellis are saying, as Hubble is saying. Like, you have all these people basically saying that. Sure, you can read it as you want. It's a question of philosophy. What do you want to believe in? That's the question.
But that's why it's important that we have axioms that we could all just kind of agree upon and build off that, right?
Sure, the axioms do not support the heliocentric ideology.
Yeah, and in heliocentrism, you have to have the axiom of the radius, and you have to have the axiom of the Earth being a sphere in the first place. Without that, you don't have a conclusive test about even the shadows in Eratosthenes. You have to have that axiom, and that's an axiom you cannot verify. So why would we have that axiom when in your entire life existence you have never experienced any curvature anywhere?
I mean,
sure,
just because
you can see something that you assume is curvature, but the only example you have showed us tonight is basically the video that we can replicate, or I'm saying National Geographic's replicated it even in front of the horizon. So that's not conclusive at all. And you even agreed to this. I'm just using it as an example.
Also, Octane, you already stated which model you prefer, and that can play a role in what you want to believe.
Oh, 100%. I mean, everyone's biased, right? I don't disagree with that. Of course I'm biased.
But do you understand that your bias is only because you choose that on, let's say, philosophical grounds? That there's no empiricism that would prove that your bias is any more correct than anyone else's?
I'm sorry, I don't understand that.
Oh boy. Napalm, you worded it perfectly, dude. Honestly, you really did.
Also, can you reword it?
Yeah, sure. It's the difference between saying something with your chest because you understand it, and the difference between saying this is what I believe and these people back me up. That's the difference. So when you find your proof that speaks to you and your intellect, you're able to stand up and say, this is what I believe based on this. But what you've done for the last few hours is presented things and appealed to ourselves and intellect. Now you have to realize that we are in this place, this flat forum to discuss these things. So when you walk in with a piece of evidence and you're consulting with imaginary people from our purview because they don't exist, i.e. they're not here to back you up, it does nothing for us, right? It does nothing for you, especially because you're the one that has to believe it and say it with your chest. And this is what Napalm was attempting to illustrate.
I mean,
something tangible that you can present to say, hey, this is what I have found that speaks to me.
Yeah, and I did. I posted a video that I went to the beach, I recorded, I saw with my own eyes, and I came to a conclusion.
Great, and that's awesome. The issue is, again, you presented that, and that's fine, and we spent the time, as was just outlined by Hader, to outline the fact that these are the reasons why this doesn't function, because you entered into your experiment with the preset notion that you're on a globe. So you're going to, as Napalm just said, see things from the standpoint that you're on a globe. It's like trying to speak English or learn English when all you understand is French. Au revoir.
So you post something that optically you think proves that there is a geometric edge to the Earth. But then when something is posted, like say the Black Swan, to where the parameters of this alleged globe don't fit it, it's off by quite a bit.
Oh no.
Orders of magnitude, actually.
Oh no, we're gonna loop, because I'm gonna say the word refraction, but I don't want to get into it.
Yeah, so you posted so you posted a video of sinking refraction.
I don't know what type of refraction. I just say refraction because most people are fine with that.
Yeah, so you're okay with saying refraction explains the Black Swan, but you're not all right with me saying that refraction explains your boat over the horizon?
Well, because point to me where the refraction is.
It's sinking refraction.
It's sinking refraction.
Mm-hmm. You say the Black Swan would be looming, right?
Well, because the Black Swan, we get different things on different days at different temperatures and different times of the day.
Yeah, you do that for every observation, which is why you can't just pick out one and say, this is the Earth curvature.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Things becoming obstructed from the horizon is always consistent. Any object, as long as you can see it,
no, it's not.
Powerful enough zoom, it will always
not consistent.
be obstructed by the Earth. 1,000,000%. I bet my life on that any day.
Whoa.
Really? So the Black Swan, how much are we betting? Because the Black Swan is an observation that disproves this. So,
well, it shows
much
that
are we
refraction can allow you to see things that are behind a curve.
He said his life. He was willing to bet his life.
In your video, it shows sinking refraction. Which makes it appear to disappear.
How do
from the bottom up?
How do you differentiate refraction from obstruction?
How do you differentiate something that is visible that should be hidden by a geometric horizon or a geometric leading edge to a globe, but it is visible?
Because I could literally see it happening. That's why.
Yeah. I go to the beach all the time. I make observations all the time.
Yeah,
I can see things appear and disappear depending on atmospheric conditions. So this leads me to believe that all of these observations are strictly based on optical effects. So I couldn't choose one specific observation and say, this is a definitive proof claim because it fits what I think it should be. This is why we need empirical measurements. Do you have any empirical measurements of Earth curvature?
I mean,
or do you just have observations through atmosphere, through varying pressures and temperatures, which cause optical effects?
So if you want stuff personally from me, I just have observations.
Do you know of anybody that has measurements?
NASA. The people you don't like, they got all the...
So NASA physically measured the surface of the Earth.
Yep, we have satellites, GPS, all this. Yep.
Those aren't measurement tools.
No, they don't have measurement tools on them.
No.
No, they don't? Okay. I still want to say that. Okay.
Are airplanes measurement tools?
They can't have measurement tools on them. Yeah. I would assume.
What is not a measurement tool?
What is not a measurement tool? I guess
would you say lasers? Lasers are measurement tools?
They can be.
Are you familiar with laser measurements that have been done that show no curvature?
Oh yeah, the measurements that don't measure anything and they just say, "Ooh, I see a light, so it's flat." Yeah, I've seen those.
How would you measure with the laser if you weren't looking at light?
I mean, how do you measure? Like there wasn't even a measurement. That's the mind-boggling part. There was no measurement done. It was just, oh, the laser, I can see it. It must mean it's flat. That's literally all it was. But anyways.
So do you have anything that doesn't involve light then? Do you have any like solid measurement of curvature?
Let's just go with no, because I need to sleep.
Okay.
Have you researched Sagittah yet? Not Napalm, oh my gosh. Have you researched Sagittah yet, Weasel?
No.
Okay. For the amount of researching you've done, I suggest that you start researching Sagittah. Sagitta. It'll help you unpack some stuff about your globe that you seem to not understand fully. And it becomes very relative when you start to look at the horizon and what happens to the horizon.
Alrighty, I will keep that in mind. Alright, well gamers, it's been real. We'll have some more conversations in the future, maybe.
I would just give you one parting suggestion. I would go into your research with an open mind and not coming from any perspective and see where that leads you. If what you seek is the truth and only the truth alone, then you should research all sides of what's taking place and come to conclusions.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that.
Yeah, and I really look forward to seeing what you come up with after doing your research. So yeah, good talk.
Yep, good talks. All right, see you, gamers.
See ya. Nice that he's going to do some research after, I don't know, 3-4 years at least.
Well, that's his claim. That's his claim. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Like I'm not much in live stream, so I'm sure he says that every time you leave. Like, or it wouldn't amaze me at least.
I've talked to him a couple of times. I've been here a lot. I've talked to him a couple of times, and like, the other globers around, and it just seems like Go Fast as an example. Another one. It seems as though these guys come in here and stay for hours on end, sucking all the attention with all their questions. I wonder how much learning the audience does from people like this. Like, that's just a general question on my own.
Sure, but at least we were able to demonstrate that he is holding double positions at several points in this discussion. So lurkers and people who are watching should be able to determine that he is, what he is basically doing, and that should be kind of a red flag to people that aren't even well read about flat Earth, in my view. So
100%.
Yeah. People like that are highlighting the hypocrisy.
Yep. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. The strength of but the strength of the karate in this room is very strong, if you get it. I think I can't get over that quote. I don't know who said it, but the strength of his karate during a debate. Very well stated.
Dude, Napalm brought up like the perfect argument. That was insane.
Napalm does it every time. He's got the voice, the message. Sorry, I walked over you. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, he just destroyed him so hard with that. That was crazy. But yeah, something that he said though, that he said literally that the black swan was refraction, and then he's like, the horizon always obstructs at the same distance, and I'll bet my life on that. Like right after. Like I'm not even. You could play it back. He literally said that. He said the black swan was refraction, and then I'll bet my life that the horizon always obstructs things at the same distance.
And that's why I said, how much are we betting? Because the black swan would disprove that.
He totally did.
He said, "I'll bet my life."
Yep.
And the whole point is he already is betting his life. Like the thing is about these people, and I didn't even know about these types of people until I started. Until I started talking to atheists on the internet. There's like people like this. They're literally like, demonic. I don't know if we could say that, but he's already betting his life in that the way he lives, just by everything he's like. If you just analyze the stuff he says and you like the type of person he is, he's already screwed, basically. Like in the when he dies and he goes up to meet the creator, he's done. He's getting sent to hell, in my opinion.
Well, it shows you how little value he places on life, including his own, when he's willing to bet that, or at least pay lip service to betting his own life on a observation.
Yeah, it's really bad, dude. People like that scare me. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude.
Listen, and boys, this is what I say. I actually posted on my Instagram. The last thing I want to hear from anybody in this whole story is, nobody told me so. And that's what's great about observing and witnessing. Nobody can ever sit back and say, nobody told me so, because we did tell you, and you chose not to listen. You chose not to observe. So it's fine. I'm nobody's savior. We are not here to save anybody. You want to see what we're showing you? Come along with us. After that, every man for himself.
For sure. We can only show them the water. They have to drink themselves.
I love how when you bring up all of these physicists that admit that geocentrism and heliocentrism can both be viable options, but they choose heliocentrism just based solely off of philosophical beliefs. And when you show that to these people, they try to flip it around on you as if you're appealing to authority.
Yep.
When all you're doing is exposing the people who put forth this idea of heliocentrism, or at least allude to it as being the only viable option. Admit that it's not. And when you expose that to them, they think somehow you're appealing to authority, when all you're doing is you're just showing them their authoritative figures that have given them this idea. Don't even think that it's the only viable option themselves.
Yeah, and even worse, this, like, we only replied to it about his claim because he literally said he trusted academia. That was his claim, right? And when we show him upper figures of the academia he trusts, he wants to turn that on us. So yeah,
he claimed that we were making like an appeal to authority fallacy, but Napalm brought up all these experts, and then he's like, "Oh, you're appealing to authority," and then we're just like, "No, it's the experts," and he's like, "Oh, but Google's going to say something else," so he's actually the one appealing to authority. Well, doing a fallacy anyway. He's just saying, "Oh, but if I Google it, it's going to say something else." But all the experts are saying exactly what you just said. Like, you cited them and everything. Like,
yeah, literally, he appealed to, or he explained to us that all he had was trust in academia, and we basically appealed to his authority. We are just showing his own authority, saying that, hey, it's just philosophy, right? Like, yeah, we aren't appealing to it for our argument. We are just showing him that his own claim doesn't even make sense within the borders of what he told us. Maybe I'm saying it wrong, but yeah.
Yeah, it's really no different than saying you have trust in your preacher and faith in the scriptures. He's just saying, I have trust in these authority figures, and I have faith in what they have written down.
That was surgical, Napalm. That's seriously a really good point. You need to bring that up to every flat earther, I think. That guy at Go Fast, he's like in my DMs. I'm gonna show him those citations.
Those are Witsit actually made those.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, he posts all those. Yeah.
Question for you guys. So do you
give credit where credit's due?
Yep.
Do you guys actually talk to Globers via DM, or do you keep that for public?
I don't recommend it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Go Fast, that dude will not stop until you concede. He will not stop, and that's why I'm like taking him to DM, buddy. I can't even.
No, I was talking to him for I've been talking to him for 2 months probably before he even came in this server.
Oh shit! Nice.
Yeah, and dude, he's the worst Glober I've ever talked to. It's literally insane. Like, it's actually crazy. I first talked to him, me and this other flat earther, we were in a voice chat. It was me, another flat earther, Go Fast, and then 2 guys who just didn't really know anything, who were just listening. And me and this flat earther, we were just destroying him. We were just laughing at him, and he's still just. That was 2 months ago, and he just keeps spiraling out. It's really bizarre.
Brother, he came in here, I think it was last week, 4 days in a row. For 3-4 hours at a time. Did you catch it?
Yeah. And I'm going to clip it and upload it to YouTube, the whole thing.
Oh, wow. But the thing that killed me was, and again, we don't care about people bring their evidence in and everything else, but we'd be in the middle of a conversation and he would come back in and be like, "Okay, I'm back." Mid-sentence, we're talking about it, and he's like, "I'm back." Well, okay.
Yeah, he's yeah. Dude, that whole time he was in my DMs, just spiraling out, and then I would just kind of egg him on because I wanted them to keep coming back in the chat. So I was like, "Yeah, man, just keep talking to him," and I was just trying to be supportive and stuff. It's so funny.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you caught it, but I showed him the pictures from the Go Fast rocket. You see the picture that I posted up earlier in the chat?
I don't think so.
So I posted that Go Fast rocket. I'm posting it now. That's the picture of the sun. And in the same rotation, the rocket picked up the moon, which, according to the Farmer's Almanac, on that date that the rocket was launched, was at 90% luminosity right above Australia. So it's
wow.
2 pictures in your stories, you're cooked, right? We got you dead in the water, bro. So it only took 2 pictures. And then what's crazy is Clay here on the site or on the channel, he did a full unpack a couple of years ago about how this would be impossible to see on around Earth, based on the date and, well, not the date, but just based on the geometry of the apparent globe. Because again, the globe is 13,000 kilometers in diameter. And this rocket only gained an altitude of 115 kilometers. That's 0.001. Not even a percent of the object it's attempting to gain altitude on. Now that's the definition of an ant on a damn orange, as far as I'm concerned, or even a grapefruit.
Yeah, I love Globers like that. It used to annoy me, but now I just like how we just kind of like destroy them over and over. They just kind of keep chanting the same stuff. Really entertaining to me, honestly.
And think about it. They keep chanting it, and how much stronger are we getting? Because we keep finding stuff. They're still stuck on the old crap. Copernicus, all these 33rd degree Masons, excuse me, that apparently visited the moon, and Copernicus apparently was a Mason himself. George Washington, like, y'all don't realize the cult that you're buying into by believing their science, this story they're telling you, this religion.
Yeah, and, and like most of our arguments, we can basically also just use their own authority against them. Like, take for example Aristotle, in his horror vacui in Latin. Nature abhors a vacuum, because if there was any vacuums in nature, the denser gases beside it would immediately fill it. That was said by Aristotle. But you will still have Globers saying, no, Aristotle knew it was a globe, except that he knew that vacuums couldn't exist in space, right? Or in nature, right? It's funny. And here is the wiki about that.
Wow.
I just find it funny that Aristotle basically were on our side saying that space cannot exist, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it was good talking to you guys. I have to run, I'm gonna do some stuff, so I'll just put on mute. See you later.
Hater, it's been a pleasure, man. Be well, dude.
See you, bro.
Yeah.
Napalm. This dude, Bacon.
Yeah, what's up?
What is this guy worth the efforts at this point?
Hey, what's taking place?
Say what?
What do you mean, is he worth the effort?
So I think it was 2 days ago, I threw up the pictures on the other server of the Go Fast rocket, the spotting of the sun and the moon. Put that up. His response was, "We'll have to see. You'll have to do the analysis. Maybe you have something there." So I'm just asking from a standpoint of engagement in this character, because again, Clay did this awesome unpack of the probability of this being able to happen. Like you being able to see the sun and the moon at the same damn time at 115 kilometers of altitude. It's impossible on a globe. My question is it even worth engaging with these characters on that other board? It seems as though the Globers on that other board don't like, they're just engaging in debate for the sake of debating versus actually learning.
Yeah, I mean, that's up to you if you want to engage. Bacon is what I like to call a mathemagician.
Okay.
So he'll try to give you math, and he may not have some key thing correct, but he'll try to whistle past that in order to try to prove his claim. So just be aware of that.
Thanks for the counsel. Appreciate that, man.
Yeah. I mean, he is good with math. He understands his math, but as we know, math isn't necessarily reality. So
observation comes before math.
Yeah, correct. There has to be something tangible in which the figures are attributed to. And I think a lot of people that are too involved in math sometimes forget that, or think that they can just interject things in order to make the math comport to what they want it to. The Lorentz contraction is a perfect example of this.
Lorentz contraction. Enlighten, please. Jedi, go.
Yeah, the Lorentz contraction. So this is the explanation to explain away the results of the Michelson-Morley experiment, meaning that the claim is that a portion of the apparatus physically contracted, and that's why the result is what the result was, so that contraction can still fit with special relativity.
So hold on a minute. You're telling me that they're saying that the tool that they use contracted during the experiment, which confirmed their findings of a globe?
It wasn't the findings of the globe. The Michelson-Morley experiment was set up to try to detect the Earth's movement around the sun.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. And funny enough, it was the Earth's movement around the sun through the ether. Now, the perverted version of the results is that ether didn't exist, which is completely incorrect. Michelson never claimed this at all whatsoever. Everybody's conclusion at that time was that the result was there was no motion of the Earth, because there was still some infringement that was detected within the device. So this is what Michelson would consider still detecting the ether, but certainly not enough to prove any type of motion of the Earth around the sun. I actually have a good video explaining this that I can drop in voice text. Let me find it real quick. So yeah, check out that video. It has pretty good explanations. And in my opinion, the ideas of relativity have much broader implications than just in the realm of science. I feel like the relativity mindset also permeates society in the form of moral relativism. And I think we're seeing the resultant effects of that ideology being taught within society. We're just now beginning to see large ramifications of the idea of moral relativism. That there is no absolute morality or absolute truth. Everything is relative. However you feel is what you are. There's no objective difference between a man and a woman. You could be whatever you want to be. These are the implications of a relativistic mindset.
So in relative mindset, how do you build your character, your innate, your ability to stand on your own? I would imagine in a relative environment, I'm defining myself relative to the things around me. Am I not?
Well, it's all relative to how you perceive things, right?
True.
So
yes.
If I perceive that somebody has attacked me, right, then that becomes that becomes my reality, right? Start to operate the complete opposite of the phrase, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. It then becomes a mindset where words can hurt you if you feel that you've been hurt by these words, even though there is no physical action that's taking place. People will equate it to the same thing or have it be on the same level as if somebody physically attacked you. If they just misgendered you or used an improper pronoun, somehow that is akin to somebody coming at you and hitting you with a baseball bat, if that's your standpoint. So from your relativistic frame of reference, if you perceive somebody misgendering you as the same as physical harm or abuse, then that becomes your reality.
Then you go out on Friday with your buddies and you decide to take, I don't know,
3-4 grams of shrooms because you heard it was a good idea, and all of a sudden your ego shows up and it becomes a bad trip, right? I'm not throwing in or promoting the idea of psychedelics or anything like that. I'm just talking about the idea that people aren't comfortable with the not the perceptions, but their realities that they've painted, i.e., victim mentality, i.e., I'm being attacked, so I'm under attack, and the walls are closing in, so I have to keep running. That kind of thought, versus standing in your own power and understanding that, bro, I can't control people attacking me if that's what's going to happen, right? But what I can control is the amount of exposure I put myself out there. If I put myself out there.
Still think the moon landing is real? How about some intersecting shadows for you, huh? In case you can't unpack that, that would suggest that there's something funky going on with this picture, guys. This not make no sense. It not work.
How about some flight path stuff? On the left, your globe. On the right, lat. What do you think makes more sense for a flight path? Straight line or a triangle?
Hello, hello. Where's the Flat Earth family at? Hello.
started, he was on the scene, and he's one of the best comics I've ever met in my life. He is actually the WikiLeaks of NASA. Okay, and he's absolute big hand to Matt Boylan.
It's a surreal show, it's an absurd show. A lot of people don't know this about me. I light a cigarette. I smoke. Did I talk to you? So Steve Jobs is dead. Steve Jobs is dead. He looks pretty active, healthy, robust, charismatic. And Stephen Hawking is still alive. I guess it pays to keep your mouth shut and do what you're told. It's amazing, eh? Smartest man alive. Holds all the answers about our universe and outer space and how it works. And he's also the least likely to go up in a rocket to check out his theories. When you hear Stephen Hawking talk, I mean, it's a robot voice. That's amazing. Back in 1980, he developed artificial intelligence just for one guy to push NASA. Artificial intelligence that could tap into his fucking brain as he wants or is gone to and read his thoughts so he can talk to a robo-filter.
The question of whether God is bound by the laws of science is a biblical question.
You think
in a world where in 2021 people still think the most effective way to understand something is to randomly bombard someone with questions prior to investigation or any logical deduction whatsoever. Welcome to Clown World. So I'm going to answer basic flat earth questions. There's someone in my comments spamming me with the questions. I don't have time to go back and forth and answer every Flat Earth 101 day one question all day on Facebook when you could easily research this stuff if you actually wanted to know the truth. It's actually pretty frustrating. But anyway, so the first question that this person is asking is, so are all the other planets flat? It's not even logical that it could be flat. The only thing that's illogical is to say that the Earth is a spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum where water bends for the first time in the history of mankind, adhering to the outside of a sphere as it spins and revolves around the sun that shoots through space 500,000 miles per hour, while the galaxy shoots 1.3 million miles per hour, and every single star for all recorded history resets over top of the Earth. Is the Earth... Well, what about the other planets, right? That's the question. Well, are the other planets flat? I actually answered the question, but that's why I'm pretty, I don't know, aggravated, because you asked the question again, right? So I need you to listen. No one thinks that all the other planets are flat, okay? For one, there isn't other planets. When you say other planet, you are presupposing the Earth is in fact a planet, which is the very thing we are discussing, right? That's the question. Is the Earth a spherical planet? That's called a begging the question fallacy. Just reasserting that something's true isn't real. You'll be alright as I take away your little globe Earth religion that you were told about when you were 5 and you were given cartoons. This doesn't faze me at all. I'm literally not even fazed by it. So anyway, the word planet, instead of typing listen, okay? The word planet, the etymology for planet, listen. The etymology for planet is wanderer, okay? It's a wandering star. We document them all the time. I document them all the time. You can zoom in on them. They're pulsating orbs of light. They're not static, meaning still. You cannot in any way prove they're solid, terra firma, or spherical, because you see the same thing every single day for all recorded history a pulsating orb of light. Now, even if there were spheres in the sky, which there's literally no evidence for that, there's literally none that exists in the history of mankind. If they were spheres in the sky, that still wouldn't make the Earth a ball. That's like walking up to someone's house and saying, look, there's a light bulb on the ceiling. That means that the floor is a light bulb. That's like walking in a bar, walking up to a pool table, grabbing a pool ball and saying, look, the pool ball is a sphere. That means the pool table is also a sphere, okay? The Earth is provably not curving, which means it's flat. They said it's a certain size, right? So the radius value is the distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, right? Listen, please. They said that the Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles. That means you have to see the curvature of the Earth at no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, it has to curve at a certain rate. You can Google it yourself. Earth curve calculator. This is not flat Earthers math. This is the globe Earth's models math. Okay, Google it. Earth curve calculator. I showed you a picture. We have mountains seen from 255 miles away. Listen. 255 miles away, and according to the globe Earth math, the top of the mountain in the back should have been blocked by 1 mile of Earth curvature. An entire mile of Earth curvature should have been blocking the top of the mountain, yet you could see the top of the mountain with the entire mile of Earth curvature missing. You can see the shoreline leading up to the mountain range. It's literally impossible. We have falsified the radius. It does not curve at the rate they said it did objectively. This is why it is censored by the government. This is why you ask questions like, oh, are we a disk in another solar system planet with other spherical planets? Because there's something called the Flat Earth Society, where everything they say is wrong and stupid and not one flat earther thinks any of it. It's called misinformation. So they admitted in Congress they censor flat earth, yet they prop up Flat Earth Society, which is not really flat earth. It's all misinformation. That should automatically raise a red flag if you're honest. What's on the other side? What's the other side? The deepest hole ever dug is 7.8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. No one can dig deeper than that, conveniently enough. It's very similar to the distance of the deepest location in the ocean, called the Mariana Trench. No one's ever dug deeper than 8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. Now, whenever the globe Earth had predictions based on the supposed layers of this globe Earth, they were proven inaccurate the entire way down the entire 8 miles. They couldn't even get the top 8 miles correct with predictions, much less could they ever adequately predict 4,000 miles to a core that doesn't exist, that they still can't explain how it somehow creates a magnetic field because of the Curie point, and it's literally impossible according to Stanford and Harvard and Yale and Princeton. They literally can't explain the magnetic field in 2021 on a globe Earth. Now, would you fall off the edge? These are like elementary first grade questions, and I'm being honest with you, right? You need to listen. You have been engineered to treat us as if we're stupid. But you should be honest. You know nothing about the conversation. You haven't diligently researched it. You've never measured it. You've never made a long-distance observation, and you know nothing about it. So when you ask these stupid questions like, can you fall off the flat Earth? That is called a straw man fallacy, right? Because no one thinks that. So can you fall off the edge of a lake? Can you fall off the edge of a shore? Of course not. There's a shoreline, right? You can't fall off the edge of a pond. There's a shoreline. The water's contained. There's something called this. You need to just listen, though. Right? Because this is so much information that you're going to have to learn for you to even get close to understanding the conversation. Stop trying to pretend you're going to make flat earthers look dumb, because you look dumb when you do that. You ask questions like, so what is up with the other planets? If you knew what flat earth really said, you know that that's a very dumb question. If you say stuff like, can you fall off the edge? You would know that's a very dumb question. There's something called the 60th south latitude, effectively a circle around you. It was signed in the Antarctic Treaty that it is illegal for you to privately and freely explore past this region. China, Russia, the United States have all signed it. It's the longest lasting peace treaty in modern history, okay? So all these geopolitical adversaries and enemies have all signed a treaty that says it's illegal for you to go explore past that area. So we cannot make claims what's past there because you can't go there to verify it. It's literally impossible and illegal, okay? The one thing that would prove the Earth's a ball is, for one, measuring the curvature of the Earth. Never been done. In fact, the opposite's been done. Every measurement of the Earth ever assumes a flat Earth, and we have measurements way too far to be on a globe Earth, including lasers that were shot without getting hit by the curvature. You need to listen. If you can come up with a question you think that I can't answer, that doesn't make the Earth a ball. We falsified the globe Earth. It is not curving at a rate consistent with the radius value of 3,959 miles. This is why we are heavily censored. And I've been censored on every major platform, and even PayPal and Venmo, because they forcibly censored the real flat earth by telling you the lies. So you should listen very carefully. We know that the earth is the bottom of everything, okay? The basement, effectively, in layman terms. It's geocentric. That means the center of everything. It's stationary, of course, meaning not moving. It's a geocentric stationary plane. We have mountains, we have valleys, but it's a topographical plane. The sky resets like a perfect clock over top of us for all recorded history. It all goes around Polaris, the North Pole star, directly over the center of the surface of the earth, which is the North Pole, and it resets perfectly for all recorded history for thousands of years, doing the exact same thing. Literally impossible on a ball Earth spinning, revolving around the sun, shooting through space. This is why they said that the lights are actually thousands of light years away. Not because they went and measured something thousands of light years away, because they mathematically had to construct something consistent with the model, and it necessitated they'd be that far away because the stars don't change like they would have to if you had all these different vectors going on. It's called parallax, okay? So you need to understand the true origins of this religion. And it is a religion, it's a belief system built upon the doctrine of men with no empirical evidence. The Big Bang Theory was literally proposed by a Catholic priest, a Jesuit priest, proposed the Big Bang Theory. First time, oh, well, the perfect shape's a sphere, a metaphysical, ontological premise, philosophical. The perfect shape's a sphere, so the earth must therefore, by deduction, be a sphere. Let's try to figure out a way to mathematically prove that it could be a sphere. That's literally where it started. It's literally a religion. We were all shown cartoons of it, and they told you there's no more land on the earth, and there's nothing significant about you. You're on a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing, right? And the truth is that they have put us in a little circle, like a playpen, and they said, you're not allowed to go outside of there, you stupid little peasants. And there are people that are the peasants running around attacking the other people, trying to wake them up and free them. It's insanity. You should research it. So 1945, we brought Nazis over here in Operation Paperclip, okay? One of the Nazis we brought over here was Werner van Braun, because the W is like a V, it's German, right? Okay, Werner van Braun was an SS officer of the Nazi regime. He was brought over here to help us get to the moon via space exploration, right? The Space Exploration Department he was put in charge of. In 1945, Operation Paperclip. It was called this because they put paperclips on certain people's files so they would know who to grab and pull over here out of the Nazi regime. Operation Paperclip, 1945. In 1946, the government started something called Operation High Jump. This is where they went and explored the Antarctic region with Admiral Byrd, a well-decorated admiral for the U.S. military. They went and explored the Antarctic region. He came back on nationally televised interview in 1954 and said, "It is astonishing to me that there is land as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica that remains unexplored with tons of resources." He then died in 1957. In perfect shape, heart complication. 3 years later, he died in 1957. In 1958, NASA was founded, which means to deceive in Hebrew and has a snake tongue going through it. In 1959, they signed the Antarctic Treaty, which said that it was illegal to privately explore that region that they had just explored in Operation High Jump. In 1961, JFK then came out and told the world America's going to be the first country to land on the moon. In 1962, they then started to shoot high-altitude missiles in something called Operation Fishbowl, which was part of a bigger operation called Operation Dominique, which translates to of the Lord. So literally meaning Operation Fishbowl of the Lord. The U.S. military shot high-altitude missiles up trying to penetrate the firmament and container. There's hundreds of documents explaining that there's a firmament and that there is in fact approximation method to determine the brightness of the firmament that was proven accurate. There are U.S. military documents that have been declassified, but it wasn't on CNN or TikTok, so you've never heard of it. That is how they've effectively brainwashed the public with cartoons since they were 5. So then they shot these up in 62, 1 year after JFK said we were going to go to the moon. Then JFK got assassinated. Then, in 1968, a movie came out called Space Odyssey about a moon landing, and it was the most famous movie at the time. It won Film of the Year. The year before we went, one of the astronauts that was supposed to be in the crew that went said, "We will never go to the moon. We can't even get to low Earth orbit. We can't even communicate in the same building with one another. It's impossible we go to the moon by 1969. He then went and hung a lemon on the module that was supposed to go. Right after this guy mysteriously exploded and died in a routine checking of wires on NASA's facilities. Then in 69, we miraculously were able to go after not being able to go to low Earth orbit in 1968. And then they called the president from a landline 238,000 miles away with no delay. Yet they say we cannot go back to this day over 50 years later because they quote-unquote destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to build it back, quote-unquote, from Don Pettit, world-renowned astronaut.
this is where they supposedly took a real picture of the Earth from space in the Apollo missions, when they supposedly went back and forth like 6 times with no problem, but now they still can't do it 50 years later because we can't replicate the technology from the 60s. In 72, we supposedly took a picture of the Earth in these Apollo missions, and that is the only supposed real picture of the Earth from space ever. They didn't go there. So very simply, a summary for you, okay? They brought Nazis over here who were typically famous for brainwashing people with propaganda. They said, hey, we're not going to hang you for your war crimes. We're going to revere you as scientific geniuses. We need you to help us with this propaganda effort. We're going to lie to the U.S. public and tell them that we beat the Soviet Union going to the moon. Then they went to explore the Antarctic region. They discovered that the Antarctic region had something there and what it was. They then came back and said, it's illegal for you to go there. And that treaty still stands intact where it's illegal for you to privately go explore it. They then said, don't worry though, we explore the Earth for you. You're not allowed to explore, but we explored it for you. Here's your little playpen. You stay in your circle, you little slaves. Look at space. Here's NASA. We're going to go to the moon. Something that you could never stand on, never land on, isn't terra firma or solid or spherical. Okay, so there you go. Are there any maps of the flat Earth? Literally every single map that exists in the history of all mankind is a flat Earth. The U.S. military still uses flat Earth maps for navigation and everything else in the world. There's no such thing as a globe Earth map. It's disproportionate. In fact, every single map is flat intrinsically. So the way that they navigate is based on Polaris and the movement of the stars in the sky, which they've done this for thousands of years, which continue to reset in perfectly recorded concentric circles every single year, right? Every map that exists is a flat Earth map. That's the only way you can navigate. Hundreds of declassified documents from the U.S. military saying the Earth's a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is flat, that they use flat Earth assumptions for everything that they do, including engineering planes, operating military planes and aircraft, shooting missiles, long-distance ballistics. They always assume a flat, non-rotating surface. Okay, so I get it. It is a lot to take in, but I'm just letting you know you gotta look into this before you think it's crazy. I've been looking into it for 5 years. We have an observation where we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and we look out and zoom in, and the horizon's over 10 miles away. Based on the globe Earth math, geometry, right? If you're 1 foot off this sphere with a radius of 3959, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. So if you're 1 foot off the Earth, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. Yet 1 foot off the Earth, we saw the horizon over 10 miles away. That would require the radius to be 264,000 miles. They claimed it's under 4,000. We falsified the radius. It's not as simple as saying, well, maybe it's just a little bigger. They got it wrong. If the radius is wrong, the entire model's wrong. Day and night cycle uses this number. Gravity supposedly uses this number. Planet orbit trajectories use this number. You can never go to space without this number. You need something called the radius of orbit, requiring the radius of the Earth. Every single story they told you about going to space is fake intrinsically upon the falsification of the radius. The entire model has been falsified. This is why it's forcibly censored. That's why they will never debate this on national television. Just shut down the stupid flat earther and let an astrophysicist debate them. They'll never do it. Neil deGrasse Tyson was supposed to debate Eric Dubé. It was set up on Joe Rogan's podcast, #1 podcast in the world for over a decade. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson had to back out. Then they showed you some supposed curvature from Felix Baumgartner at 128,000 feet when he supposedly jumped out and saw the curvature of the Earth. We then sent high-altitude footage, our balloons up, getting footage of the horizon at 120,000 feet, and it was completely flat up there, showing objectively they misled and lied to the entire world with a GoPro who actually sponsored it with Red Bull, saying that this was the curvature of the Earth that you could see from the edge of space, not even close to where they claim space is. It was just the Kármán line at 62 miles. And then, of course, that's the international one, and they say the U.S. acknowledges that 50 miles. Right? So when we sent it up and found out that it was flat, they then had to come out with damage control and use Neil deGrasse Tyson to say, a lot of people think that they saw the curvature of the Earth in the Felix Baumgartner jump. That's not true. You would never see the curvature from that height. You'd be 2 millimeters off this beach ball, and up there that stuff would be freaking flat. So why'd they show the whole world a curve that wasn't actually there until we went and tested it? Why did they tell you that when boats disappear, they're going over the curvature of the Earth, when you can actually go out, see the boat disappear, bring a camera out, zoom in, and you'll actually see it once again? Did I zoom in through the Earth X-ray vision with my P900? No. The boat appears to go away or disappear due to a limit of perspective. You have an angular resolution limit to your eyes. We also have something called the atmosphere, and you can't see infinitely through an atmosphere. Eventually you reach a vanishing point called a horizon, which is where the sky appears to meet the ground. It's horizontal, which is why it's called a horizon, because it's horizontal. And this place constantly fluctuates and comes back and forth based on the atmospheric conditions of the day, how clear it is, and how high off the surface of the Earth you are. It's not a real physical place that curves and blocks your view. It's an optical apparent location that constantly moves. So All observations of the history of mankind have showed a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is a geocentric stationary plane, a topographical plane with different elevation differences within it. And that is what all evidence shows you. It's the only way it could even exist. You also can't have the gas pressure that you're breathing sitting next to a vacuum. It's literally impossible. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will increase, pressure will fill the available space, heat goes to cold, high pressure goes to low pressure. Systems seek spontaneous equilibrium. Second law of thermodynamics. This is a natural law, not a theory that you can change or debate. It's not something that someone came up with. It's something that happens always in nature. It's a naturally occurring phenomenon that always happens. This is called a second law of thermodynamics, a natural law, right? So if you had pressure sitting next to a vacuum, it would instantaneously seek equilibrium, filling the vacuum. If you have a soda and you open it, it goes psh, instantaneously equalizing to the lower pressure around it. That's the second law of thermodynamics. You could not have gas pressure of oxygen that you're breathing or any of the gases sitting next to a vacuum. It would instantaneously fill the vacuum. You've been trained to say this word over and over and over. Gravity, 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 gravity. Well, gravity is not actually real. It's a concept. It's a theory that has no evidence. So whenever I drop something, it falls down because it's more dense than the air. If I let go of a helium balloon, it goes up because it's less dense than the surrounding air. It's lighter than the surrounding air. Not because it's gravity proof. Helium balloons do not go up because they're gravity proof. They go up because they're less dense. It's called relative density, right? If you wanted to get real specific, everything's intrinsically electrostatic, but that's not necessary. There is no scientific evidence for gravity. There is no experiment that's isolated gravity, and it's known for a fact in highest levels of academia that this does not exist. There is no isolation or scientific experiment validating gravity. That's why it's called the theory of relativity, where they say that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Two concepts. Can you bend freedom and love? Of course not. You can't attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions. This is called a reification fallacy. Doesn't matter. The only evidence ever to even be claimed that the Earth is in fact a ball with gravity is gravity has to exist because the Earth's a ball. Literally, that is the only evidence. If we assume the Earth is a ball, then gravity has to exist because it has to exist for the Earth to possibly be a sphere. It has to pull us down in all directions, omnidirectional, all directions. We have to be pulled down. So gravity has to exist. Yeah, we don't have any evidence for it. We can't prove it. We can't accurately define it. And when we apply it to the sky, it's off by 95% in 2021. They're off by 95%. It's called dark matter and dark energy. They still cannot explain the supposed model, not even mathematically. We have falsified it. The flat Earth can't explain magnetism. It can't explain the cyclical nature of the sky. It can't explain everything else that we see. The globe Earth cannot. Okay, so all scientific empirical evidence shows you this, and we have tested it. We proved that they lied. With cartoons, they lied to you. The same exact schooling system that told you Christopher Columbus discovered the United States when people were already here. The same exact system that lied to you about the Vietnam War and said that they attacked us and they attacked themselves and said that, in fact, they declassified, they had to do that to justify war, but they lied to the American public saying Vietnam attacked us and Gulf of Tonkin. Same ones that lied about 9/11. You shouldn't blindly believe the system. You should go look into it for yourself, and you will find out that most of the people that are lying, it's actually not intentionally. They believe the lie as well, and they propagate it forward. And there's something called compartmentalization, where people are trying to explain something that doesn't exist. So you ask questions like, why would they lie? They get $60 million a day from NASA. They're hiding more land and resources. They told you you're an insignificant speck of dust in the ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing. Lightning struck primordial soup, and then rocks turned into fish eventually, that then turned into fish with feet, that turned into rodents, that turned into apes, that turned into humans, and there's nothing important about you. Random chaotic happenstance that you even exist. Over the course of billions of years of everything exploding from nothing, you get perfectly coalesced into spheres where happen to be you can somehow live here. So don't worry. Well, the truth is, the Earth is stationary and the center of everything, geocentric, and the sky moves in perfect circles over top of us around the center of the sky, right over the center of the Earth. And that means the Earth had to be created. It had to be placed there. So they're hiding the creator. There's 3 reasons. Also, you can't trust any of your senses. You think you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, but you don't feel it. You think the Earth is curving, but you see it flat. You think that the sun is sitting still in the sky, but you see it move. You think the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but you see it as the same size as the moon. And so you can no longer trust your senses. You do not think that you can adequately tell the difference between truth and fiction. You must turn to authority to get all of your answers that you cannot understand. So they have brainwashed you into a slave state where you always turn to the authority to know what truth is, because you have been told that you cannot figure it out on your own. This is how you have good brainwashing capability of a state. So there's 4 very rudimentary reasons they would lie. Why wouldn't they lie? Knowledge is power. If you're the only one with the knowledge, it's much more powerful. When does the government not lie? Okay, so there are your answers. They're hiding land and resources and money and brainwashing you, and they put you in a little circle and told you can't leave there while they go hang outside of it. Okay, so there's plenty of reasons why they would lie. It doesn't really matter why they lied. The motivation of lying is independent of the fact that they did lie. Okay, and falsification is independent of replacement. We falsified the globe Earth. We don't have to replace every fairy tale they said before it's still real. If you tell me Santa's real, and then I see mommy and daddy bring presents in the house, I don't have to go come up with a new fictitious character from the North Pole or Santa's still real. We falsified your claim that Santa's real. That's all there is to it. Falsification is independent of replacement. So there you go. There are the basics. You can't fall off. You can't fall off of a lake. There's a shore. Antarctica is known to have the highest elevation in the entire world. It is an ice ring effectively around the water. Captain Cook tried to circumnavigate the Earth, and he went for 68,000 miles, and all he saw was an ice shelf the entire time. You're not allowed to go independently verify this, though, so the water is contained, which is convenient because fluid statics is also a natural law. Water finds its level. Water at rest is always level, period. Okay, so water conforms to its container and finds its level. Well, conveniently, it's contained on this flat Earth, and it's level. Of course it is. So how is 70% of a ball level? It's impossible. It defies fluid statics, the second law of thermodynamics. There's no empirical evidence for it, and we see way too far. We see mountains from hundreds of miles away. We see the skyline of Chicago 60 miles over Lake Michigan should have been completely obstructed. We have mountains we can see from 273 miles away. We have mountains we can see from 103 miles away. We have nothing but evidence that falsifies the globe Earth. So if the surface of the Earth is flat all over it, what is it? Do I believe in aliens? Well, for one, what is the etymology of alien or extraterrestrial? Extra land, extra terrain. So if there are other lands that they have hidden where someone lives, technically they would be alien or extraterrestrial. We would be in the inner space. They drew a circle around us, and there would be the outer space. There is no alien coming from outer space where it's a vacuum that couldn't exist, that they're thousands of light years away, and some intergalactic civilization with different races coming to get you from outer space vacuum boogeymen. None of that's real. I don't make claims about whether aliens are real or not. I know they'll probably lie to you about it, and the same guy, Werner von Braun, that was the Nazi brought over here to lie to us about going to the moon, told his secretary that they would fake an alien invasion and also fake things about asteroids. I don't really know. You can look into Project Bluebeam, but it doesn't matter. And by the way, Werner von Braun also put Psalms 19:1 on his tombstone, which says that the firmament shows the handiwork of the Creator. The firmament comes from the Hebrew word rakia, strong as bronze. It was stretched out over top of us to protect us, and we are like grasshopper inhabitants within the tent he stretched over top of us, and it's strong as bronze, like beaten out with bronze, rakia. So why did the guy supposedly took us to space put on his tombstone that you can't go to space because there's a firmament there? Well, he let the truth out on his deathbed. He also wrote a science fiction book in the 50s, and in the science fiction book that the Nazi wrote in the 50s, the main character's title is Elon, and Elon supposedly takes us to Mars. I guess that the prophet of the Nazi was really good at predicting what would happen, right? He wasn't just good at mass murdering millions of people. He was also a prophet that knew that Elon would take us to Mars in 2021 and talk about how he's going to do it. So the world's a stage. Jules Verne wrote a science fiction novel in the late 1800s predicting the moon landing and where the rocket would shoot from, what state, what direction, how it would slingshot around it, and everything else. They take science fiction books and they tell the public that it's true while they know the truth. Powerful people are lying to you, okay? So do not fall for whatever they tell you. You need to look into things for yourself. Don't blindly believe anyone. Go research it for yourself. Go test it for yourself. And if you do this, you will find out that the Earth is provably flat. I would have to sit down here and talk for another 3 hours to tell you every flat Earth proof. There's something called specular reflections. You cannot have perfect reflections on a surface if it's not flat. It cannot be concave or convex at all. Specular reflections debunk the globe Earth. We have local reflections from the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. This is impossible in the globe Earth model. The sun has to be so far away we have parallel rays, right? So it's impossible. This debunks the globe Earth. We have crepuscular rays, which are divergent rays that converge onto the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. Impossible on a globe Earth. They say it's actually parallel. It just looks like that. We see that the sun and the moon are the same size. They say that the sun's actually 400 times bigger than the moon, just coincidentally, exactly 400 times further away also, so that it looks like they're the same size, so we can have total eclipses. Or maybe they're just the same size, bro, and the scriptures are true, and it says that there's a lesser light that rules the night and a greater light that rules the day. Okay, that's all there is to it. We see the same moon for all recorded history, while people claim it's a sphere that spins, but if it spun 1/4 a mile per hour, slower or faster, we'd see the other side of it, so it just perfectly sits there for thousands of years. That's a cool story, bro. None of this has any evidence. It's all fairy tales. What we know for a fact is that water always finds its level. To have pressure, you must have a container, which means the way that you're breathing is the gas pressure on the Earth is contained, and we see way too far. The Earth's a topographical planet, isn't curving. This is just the way that it is. You can't go deeper than 7.8 miles. You can't go past the 60th south latitude. We need to wake up and then tell them that we demand to know the truth and to be able to freely traverse the Earth. That is the next step. Now to try to attack the people that actually researched it, are bold enough to not care that other people get triggered and try to call you dumb or try to attack you because they were told that it's dumb. The people that are strong enough and intelligent enough to actually understand it, research it, test it, and then go speak about it are the people that are fighting for you, whether you understand that or not. And we're used to taking the bullets, but you should maybe jump on the side of that people actually doing what's best for humanity as opposed to trying to attack them. So there you go. It's all a lie. Georgia Guidestones prove it. Yeah, exactly. The Georgia Guidestones wouldn't work unless the Earth was a geocentric stationary plane Earth, right? Because it's used as a compass, a clock, and a calendar. It shows Polaris day after day after day for all recorded history that it's been there, and it will always work, showing you where north is, because it doesn't change for all recorded history. Polaris is in north. That's how you know where north is, so it would be a compass, right? It also shows you where the winter solstice and the summer solstice is. It shows you the time of the year. It's a calendar, because the Earth doesn't move and the sun does the same thing. That has the same cycle. There's a cycle over top of us, like a clock that resets every year. This cost almost $1 million to build it, and it would be a complete waste of money if the Earth was a spinning ball. Okay, so that's just the way that it is. And they tell you what they want to do on there, and I think everyone should just wake up, maybe everyone should just wake up and stop getting triggered that we didn't go to the moon in 1969. Stop being surprised or acting surprised the government lied to you. Stop being surprised and acting like China and Russia lying is a big shock to you. The U.S. government has lied about everything. So what you should do is accept truth for what it is, right? It's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they have been fooled. That is not my problem. That is, you need to look into the evidence and be honest. We see way too far. We falsify the curvature of the Earth. There you go. I mean, I don't know what other basic questions I might have missed, but you should be able to figure them out. You'll ask stuff like, oh, you shouldn't look past the curvature. If the Earth's a ball, it has to curve. If you were intellectually honest about this, you wouldn't get past that. You're like, wait, that's the most efficient way to test if the Earth is in fact a ball with this radius. Geometry, measurements of shapes, sphere, certain size, dimensions, 3,159 radius. You would test that and see if it's curving at that rate, because it has to curve. If a woman's pregnant and she moves her hand across her stomach and then it comes down to the bottom, can she still see her hand? No, because the curve of her stomach physically obstructs her hand. That is what the Earth has to do if it's a ball. This is where the answer lies. Is it really what they said it is? You can go measure the surface of the Earth, and it is objectively, provably not what they said it is. So if your response to that is to not answer it or figure out how it could work or figure out what's going on or go test and see if that claim is true or see exactly if these observations really do exist, if your response is, oh, well, how do eclipses work? What about magnetic fields? What about, if you start asking every random question you can think of, you're being intellectually dishonest. You're diverting away, and you can't handle what the truth is. Right? So if you think you can ask a gotcha question that some flat earther might not answer, that doesn't change the fact we falsified the radius. Okay? We don't know all the answers. The globe Earth knows none of the answers, right? People will say, what about eclipses? Eclipses debunk the globe Earth, and they still use the Chaldeans from Babylonian time, 2500 BC, a geocentric stationary plane Earth civilization. They knew the Earth was flat and stationary and the center of everything, and they used something called the stereocycle from the Chaldeans from 2500 BC to this day at NASA to be able to predict the eclipses. They cannot use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses at all. There's something called the Selenilian eclipse, right? And it's where the sun and the moon are both above the Earth during the lunar eclipse, according to the globe Earth model. The reason you have a lunar eclipse is because the Earth blocks the light from the sun and casts a shadow onto the moon, and that's what actually physically obstructs the sunlight, causing the shadow, thus a lunar eclipse. Yet in the Selenilian eclipse, a lunar eclipse, the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, above the Earth, a geometric impossibility on the globe Earth. And guess what year they said that they discovered this and recorded it for the first time? 1666. It's not a coincidence they told you that the first time they recorded the eclipse that debunked the model is 1666, 666, right? The same year that gravity was discovered by Isaac Newton, supposedly, in 1666, with a number of 6.67, right? Where we have north and south Arctic circles at 66.6 degrees, while the circumference of the Earth in nautical miles is 21,600, 6 times 6 times 600, while we're on a 66.6 degree tilt with a curvature rate of 0.666 feet per mile squared, shooting around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. Okay, so it's a lie, it's a Luciferian lie, and if you're actually at the highest level of the occulted people that try to control the world and lie to all of us, you have to know these things, or you're not allowed there, okay? So that is why they lied. It's simple. If you wanted to control and brainwash an entire group of people on the Earth, what better way than to start by lying to them about the nature of the very place that they live? If you want to brainwash them on the Earth, why not lie to them about the Earth? Why not tell them there's no more land, it's a finite little sphere, and you have to stay here? Because there's more land and you get to control it. Why would they not lie? Knowledge is power. It's much more powerful if you're the only one with it. So there are the basics where you should research it, right? Fly Man's watching, his panties are in a bunch. Dude is a gamer. Alright, I love you guys. I'm going to catch up with you guys later. Battery's about to die. I wanted to answer the basic questions. There you go. I can't go back and forth in comments. And if you watch this video, you'll understand why I can't go back and forth in comments all day. I have hundreds of people that are doing that and sending me messages. So, look at our content. Go find us and listen and learn and study and research. A lot of people on my Facebook will be helpful to you, but for everyone, drop the arrogance, okay? Drop the arrogance. When I first heard about Flat Earth, I thought it was dumb also. Then I humbled myself and researched to try to prove the Earth was a globe and found out it is far from dumb. And if you're still on that wavelength, even though waves aren't things and don't have links, right? It's just a transverse movement in a medium that has to be there, the antecedent to any type of propagation. But anyway, I digress, right? If you're not even on that wavelength of understanding that it isn't a dumb conversation, you're nowhere close to the truth. You're nowhere close to the truth. So just humble yourself, be honest, seek the truth diligently, and then you will be good to go, right? And people will be more than happy to help you answer your questions. They want you to come over here and know the truth. That's our whole thing. We want everyone to wake up and realize we've been lied to so we can get our power back. But just be respectful. Don't expect to be able to just hurl insults and attack people and that people are just going to love you and be real nice and just keep letting you do it. Because the irony is that, you know, you're projecting your own intellectual insecurity. I go around the United States offering $100 cash to anyone in these major cities that can answer 3 basic questions about the globe Earth correctly, the basic questions about it, and no one ever wins the money. So be honest. You know nothing about it. It's okay. All the flat earthers know everything about it, right? So you should be real here. Just look into it. There's your little beginner's crash course. I love you guys. I'm going to go chill with another flat earther in a little bit, grab something to eat. I may do a computer stream later tonight. My phone's about to die. Peace out. Much love. MasqueradeTour.com, $ What's it gets a cash at, What's it protonmail.com, PayPal. If you want to support the tour. I know I speak fast. I'm sorry. It's just like what I do. So I love you guys. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So strong people don't care what weak people think. Intelligent people don't care what dumb people think. Informed people don't care what ignorant people think. Stand tall and seek and speak the truth regardless of ostracism or any type of attack or pressure from society. It doesn't matter, right? The weak always do that. So just stand tall for the truth. And actually, whenever they revile you for his name's sake, rejoice, for they did it to all the prophets before you. Peace out.
Got to do a quick mic check. Anybody there? Anyone listening right now, at least acknowledge that you can hear me, because I got a new headphone. See my thing lighting up. What you just listened to is an excellent summary of the basic factual position we find ourselves in at this point, if you're being intellectually honest about the claims that were made by the globe model. Because like Witsit said, if it's a ball a certain size, you should be able to measure that. It's third grade geometry. As far as I know, every time we've gone out to measure it, it's not there. Seeing way too far. But anyway, I'm not even sure if anybody's hearing me. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live 2.0. If there's another bot controller wants to play something else, go for it. This has been Dead Air Dave.
All right, who's in here?
I'm here. My mic's working, which is probably not.
Hey, well, you got the Eric Dubé video, Hinkle?
Yeah, but I'm driving right now, so I can't play it.
Well, you DM it to me.
If I can figure out how to do that on the phone, I'm a boomer.
I got you. Yeah, what do you, Fraud? What video you need, man?
The Eric Dubé.
Which one?
I guess as many as you can send.
Bro, he's got a channel, right?
He does, really.
Yeah.
Well, let me look. Let me look.
Literally, just go to YouTube, search Eric Dubé, and you'll see his channel pop up. I just go into the section video and just look at everything by date. The most recent uploads, really.
Dude, that's awesome. I thought they had banned him. That's why. That's why I was asking. I thought they took his stuff off.
No, man, he's back up at it. 158,000 subscribers. He's just full of vlogs up there. So, yeah, man, if you need anything, I actually was on there today. I pulled out a clip from that paleontologist, Dali. If you scroll up a bit, I clipped it out, threw it in the chat. This guy, the Valley dinosaur guy, the paleontologist, he lost his mind. So upset. Like the meltdown on the Rogan show.
Dude, they got his stuff seriously limited. Dude. There's like 3 videos, and they're like 4 or 5 minutes long. Wow.
No, if you go to the video section, you click videos.
Okay, what next?
So you found his name. You go to Eric Dubé, go to his channel, and then the section that says home, click over to where it says videos. So that's the section I usually look at things by, and that'll have all the dates, or it's all uploaded by date. And dude, there's so much content. You got hours upon hours of stuff.
Yeah, I'm looking for that one particular one though. That I think the one the one is it the 100 proofs or is it the one? I want to say it was like 5 years ago. That whatever video that was,
right?
Like 2 hours long.
100 proofs. I got you. Hold up. Give me 2 seconds. Eric Dubé.
His most famous one's 200 proofs. So that's what you're talking about, Fraud?
Whichever one that came out like 5 years ago. That when I first introduced it. If that's it, because I gotta send it. I gotta send it to somebody.
Okay.
That channel, John Thor did an excellent remastering of it. It's on John Thor channel. I think it's still on YouTube. I don't know.
Bear with me. I'm gonna get it. Because I know I watched it. I started watching it the other day. The other one that's worth watching too is I don't know if you ever took it flat. I'll share that one with you too.
Looking for direct measurements of Earth curvatures, you're not going to find that, Kiwi. If you were going to look for something and find it, Earth curvature, that wouldn't be one of those things. You wouldn't find that. That's all I was saying.
Definitely not. Fully agree with you on that one, Dave. No doubt. Okay. Oh no, it's called Level. Flat Earth Film 2021. So that one I'm going to throw in the chat. Copy link. Oops. There you go. Old dude's got you, man. 200 proofs the Earth is not flat. Well done, old dude. Thanks for that, man. And then this one too. That's the Level, the Flat Earth Film.
And he sent it to me.
Yeah, we threw it in the live chat. There's those two links.
Even better.
Yeah, pull it off there. Grab that.
I think you just misspoke, Kiwi. You said 200 proofs the Earth is not flat.
Oh my! I apologize.
200 proofs the Earth is not a spinning ball. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate that, Micah.
Perfect, guys. Appreciate it, my friends.
Please, everyone stop over talking one at a time, please. Thank you.
For my next piece, you've probably already seen it, but I'm gonna throw it up again because, well, it's dead air. This is the Go Fast rocket. 2 pictures, which was launched July 14th, 2014. You haven't seen it? Prepare to see 2 pictures that would not be possible if your Earth was a globe.
You know my question about that? What you just said, Kiwi? Is my mic working?
Check. Good to go, Dave. What's up, my friend?
That was done in 2014. That's like about 8 years ago. Why has no one done it again?
I have no idea, my friend.
Seems like it would be enough curious people with enough money to do something close to that, but whatever.
Based on the Farmer's Almanac on July 14th, 2014, the moon was above Australia with a luminosity of 90%. This rocket was launched in the morning from Arizona. Daylight.
Can you trust the Farmer's Almanac as a source? Just saying.
I can.
Okay.
Farmer's Almanac is a reliable piece of material. It's a reliable tool as farmers have been using it for.
Are you saying it's based on repeatable cycles of the celestial objects above us, and we figured out how they move, and they keep coming back every year, stuff like that?
Yes, my friend.
Go ahead.
It is a predictable event, or a predictable series of events, if you will. I'll actually post a link to the Farmer's Almanac as well.
So if you wanted to verify any of this, you would go to like CNN or Fox News and find out what they say about it, right? Or is that incorrect?
Not entirely sure CNN has covered something like this. It was a man-operated rocket.
Just to clarify, that was sarcasm in my last statement in case there's a brainwashed normie listening. Well, he just said listen to CNN and Fox, so what the hell? Go ahead if you want straight propaganda and bullshit, go listen to them. Go ahead, Kiwi.
No, my friend, that was my share right there. Thanks for the space to share that.
Do you have bot control? Play a video or something. Kiwi, do you have bot control?
No, unfortunately, I don't. I'm a newbie on the scene. They don't trust me with those powers just yet.
Oh, okay. Anybody else on here got bot control, wants to play something? Unless Kiwi's got a soliloquy for us and you don't want to hear me talk. I don't want to hear me talk.
No one talking.
I'm here, Crypto. Is my mic working?
Here's, how you doing, Dave?
What's up, man? Yeah, nobody's talking right now. You got something? Go ahead.
Yes, Crypto. I'm here, guy.
Hey, man. Yeah, it turns out I've been doing some research, and I don't know if you guys know about this, but the Earth is actually flat. Have you guys heard about this?
Tell me more about this, please.
Well, basically, what happens is
hills and valleys and shit like that. Do we have that?
Well, basically, you got a bunch of these guys saying that the Earth's a globe, and then they were asked to kind of provide measurements, and they didn't. So, yeah. Then we went and out measured, and then it wasn't a globe after all. The end.
That's astonishing news you bring, Crypto. Good information, sir.
Truth.
No problem at all.
It's humbling to hear somebody confirm what I've always suspected. I can't get past these, the bombardment of these space follies, these stories of going to the moon, these Apollo folk, these Masons that constructed this space. I don't understand it. It makes no sense. Yeah. Proof of converging shadows on the moon's surface.
That can be explained by the fact that you're a conspiracy theorist.
But if you see the live stream, my eyes don't deceive me. These are pictures. These are converging points of shadow. Like, shadow should not converge on a point like that if you're standing on a light source.
Yeah, but remember, their best rebuttal is that you're a bad person.
Do my eyes make me a bad person? I don't understand.
I'm just questioning their narrative makes you a bad person.
Oh, speaking against the bully that feeds you makes you a bad person. I understand now. Biting the hand that feeds, if you will.
And because you're a bad person, no one should listen to you.
So I have to sit down and shut up? That sucks.
Exactly, yeah.
I want a refund. Are there refunds on life? Because I'd like to claim mine. Kidding. Of course, I'm joking.
Have you noticed how all of their propaganda works in this way? They declare something without evidence, and then if you question it, you're the bad person.
And you need to provide the evidence. You need to provide the evidence.
Yeah, exactly. But even in providing the evidence, they then get to just call you a bad person as you're doing it. That's how it works. Is because if they actually had to provide evidence for their claims in the first instance, then obviously you wouldn't believe them because they wouldn't have any evidence. But regardless, this way, they get to actually make you not want to give evidence against their position because they can make personal character attacks simply because you are opposing it, right?
Right.
So this is how the kind of narrative propaganda machine works, let's say.
I don't know, man. I'm Crypto. I'm really stuck on the Go Fast footage, the Go Fast rocket in Arizona, man. I'm really stuck on that.
Well, what happened?
I can't. Like they say, once you see it, you can't not see it. You can't unsee it. If you check the chat, I mean, I've posted up a bunch of times, but I'll keep posting. I don't give a crap because it's like I can't not see it. I can't not see it. Like, it's the same video, and in the exact same video, you're capturing both the sun and the moon. That's a little weird, bro.
The moon was meant to be over Australia at the time, wasn't it?
Yeah, and based on the Farmer's Almanac, it had 90% luminosity. So exactly what you see is exactly what's coming out. Now, the crazy thing about it, when you unpack the mathematics, the numbers of it, this rocket only gained 115 kilometers of altitude. And apparently your globe measures 13,000 kilometers in diameter. The sheer mathematics alone of this proposition, if your globe was round, is impossible. That's like, if you took that as a percentage, right? Again, 115 divided by, because we're going to get viewing, a percentage viewing angle, just to understand. Like, if I go to 2 times the height of something that I see, so let's say a ball is 10 feet in diameter, and I gain 20 feet of altitude, I will be able to see the ball at 100%, right? Because I've gone above it 2 times its diameter. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. With this, you're telling me that I gained 113 or 115 kilometers of altitude, and the surface that's underneath it, this ball, is 13,000 kilometers in diameter. And we can see the moon on the other side of it. And we can see the sun relative to it. What? It makes no sense.
Yeah, it's very tight.
So yeah, that's why I keep saying I can't get past it, man. I can't not see it. Anyways, that's my my sticking point for the last couple of days. How's your week?
So you only just find out about it then?
No. I've always seen it, known about it. And I was initially stuck on the idea that it ran into something, right? It hit something and it was losing altitude. But when I looked at the video again the other day, I'm like, wait a minute, man. Like the sore thumb that's sticking out to me now that I realized it is in fact that you can see the sun and the moon as this rocket is losing altitude. So yeah. It's but to say specifically to view it and then start unpacking the numbers behind it, today it's been like, this is like the 3rd day of the revelation of like looking at the numbers and realizing how insane the proposition is.
Yep. Yeah, the thing that never fails to amuse me is how they will defend such obviously flawed. You won't get a concession from any Glober that, oh yeah, this is a bit unlikely, but I think it's true. You'll never hear them say that. You'll always just hear them say, it is true, you're retarded, blah, blah, blah. You know. To be fair, there are a couple of exceptions to that. Matthew Learns, I think, is very respectful when he comes in. No, 1 or 2 others who are respectful, to be fair to them. But I think the general kind of...
we had Octane Weasel this morning.
I haven't spoken to that guy in ages.
Yeah, he was on this morning for a few hours.
A long time ago. I haven't spoken to him for a while.
Go Fast Rocket, he's another, or Go Fast, sorry, not Go Fast Rocket, but Go Fast is another one.
Yeah, I wonder if his name is to do with that, or if it's just a coincidence.
It's a pretty good troll if it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I've lost around for the last week or so.
Crypto, have you heard this discussion that the moon and sun are both 51 kilometers in diameter?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard it said.
What are your thoughts on that?
I don't think I can know that. So I don't really like the idea that I'm replacing one set of unfalsifiable beliefs with another.
Interesting.
So
they're saying that they're able to use a sextant, and I guess it would be the tan function to figure out what that would be. I've got to look for an unpacking of it to see. It would make sense using SOHCAHTOA, which was like sine, cosine, tangent, within the spectrum of figuring out a triangle, the aspects of a triangle. But to be able to pinpoint that dimension, definitely gonna be looking for an unpacking of it, just to see. It'd be good to know how they set it up.
I mean, for sure. But I'm not sure it's knowable. Like, you've got all these different factors that you have to account for that you can't actually model.
Right.
Some of you can, some of you can't. And then it just seems to me like after a while you're just kind of guessing, really. You're making assumptions, you're throwing in some unmodelable information, and then you're just guessing. But then even when you come to that, even if you got the right answer, you couldn't confirm it. So that's kind of where I think it's pointless.
Yeah.
Mic check.
1 2 1 2.
Is it fair to say that we can speculate and make assumptions about stuff in the sky, but at the end of the day, you got to admit that you can't science the sky.
That's right.
And we may never figure it out. So, just my 2 cents.
But it's damn fun to think about, isn't it? At least for me, anyways. The thing is, it's the mathematics that appeal to me. It's the numbers, and that's why I think about, okay, if we had, and in my headspace, I just think, okay, if we had a ball or something that looked like a ball floating in the sky, what are the tools that we could use to actually just roughly figure it out? And then what are the calculations that we would, plug in to that to be able to start kind of extrapolating that? And I mean, I go back to obviously like grade 9, grade 10 math and learning sine, cosine, tangent, and how they relate to triangles and whatnot. So I don't know. I firmly believe like the geometry that we witness every day, viewing angles, right, perspective and heights and distances between things and whatnot. I honestly think that the cell phone has actually been the undoing of that. It's taken away our ability to perceive proper perspective, because we've taken the perspective and flattened it. Although you can watch a video, you still have taken that perspective and given it to the advantage of the lens that they're using the video to create, the lens of the camera that they're using to create the video, number one. And secondly, you're looking at it on a flat plane. So it gives you no real world perspective as to what you're actually looking at. So get off your smartphone and start looking at the damn world, people. Eyes up.
You're telling people to look up, and they literally released a movie last year. Don't look up. That's hilarious.
Oh, the full police are coming.
Anybody see the list? Is there any new people on here?
Yeah, there's a guy called Dave Hinkle. I think he's a Glober.
Possibly. My
Don't let him hear you say that.
My icon might indicate that I am.
Don't let him hear you
Dave,
say
why do
that.
you think that the Earth is a globe?
Well, until the summer of 2015, I thought it was a globe, and then I went to a lake 8.5 miles, and I reflected sunlight across the level water. At that point, the globe just, in my mind, the globe just went poof. So I created my icon that night, and I have no reason to change it 7 years later. So there you go.
Fair enough. But what if I call you names?
It'll definitely make it a globe. You're right. If you didn't think about that.
Well, I'm glad we were able to shame you back into compliance, Dave. But that's really healthy intellectually.
Hey, Dave, you said
I'd
20.
rather be taught what to think than how to think. It's obvious. Go ahead, Keith.
I was going to say, you said 2015, right?
Summer of 2015 is when I did that lake thing, yeah.
Wow. 2015 was a really big year.
The odd thing about it is the guy that went with me still thinks it's a globe. He thinks magical refraction fairies are making that sunlight sit across that wall.
Love it.
Yeah. What do you think about the Summer of '69, Dave?
Good Brian Adams song, but I was only 7 years old. I wasn't doing too much chasing girls at the drive-in and stuff.
That's fair enough.
I did that in the late 70s, early 80s.
Hold on, you were 7 when the song came out, or you were 7 in the '60s?
In the summer of '69, I was 70. When the song came out, I heard the song, in the '80s or whatever. Right?
Right.
So the song was a good reminiscent song, but I was 7 and playing Little League T-ball.
That's great then. I think when I first kind of was considering it was around sort of my late 20s. Yeah.
Yeah, to me, that was like the last chance of realness, for the last gasp for the globe. If water really conformed into a ball and I could confirm that on that lake, then I'd be still believing all this bullshit probably. Obviously, that didn't happen.
Well, it wouldn't be bullshit if it was true, right? So it doesn't matter really. Like if you were able to confirm that the water really was curving around the ball, then it would be true, and you wouldn't be believing bullshit still, you know.
If that could be done, the Glovers would have done it 7 years ago, and this server wouldn't exist. But we all know this.
Yeah, true. I love all these those stories as well. Like, I think X is happening because it has to happen on a ball, but you can't tell because of why. And that's the story that we're told about movement of Earth, about gravity, about gravity's different, I guess. It's the story we're told about the movement of Earth and about the curvature. Stories that we're told. Basically, anything that's necessary for their worldview that we can't actually detect. It's interesting.
Yep, everything is the exact opposite of what you sense and see, but just trust us. You know, we figured it out. Don't worry about it.
I'm sure I'm going to get an angry DM from a Glober, as I normally do when I talk about this stuff. People who aren't brave enough to be in the chat room.
Committing suicide publicly just isn't the thing to do right now.
That might be a strong word, but I'd say if you come in here and try to defend the globe, it's committing intellectual suicide at this point. But
ding, ding, ding. Apologies for my directness.
anybody's listening to me, they think about coming in here. Don't come in here to defend anything. Just listen to the information we have to share and have a civil discussion. It's not that hard.
We promise we won't bite. We promise. If we appeal to your intellect, which we always do, and we appreciate honesty.
I can't promise not to bite, sorry. I might have a little nibble, but...
Crypto wants to skin off your back.
Excuse me, gentlemen, I just popped in. Am I interrupting a major conversation right now?
Ah, Flatman, you're always welcome. How are you, my guy?
Very well, thanks. I just wanted to highly recommend what I just posted. It's very revealing on that numbnut Musk there.
John Thor's pretty damn good. Yeah.
From John Thor. It's amazing. I'm watching it right now. I'm only 5 minutes in, and it is mind-blowing.
Can we load it up on the audio? Can someone share the audio maybe on the bot?
Are you disparaging Elon Musk, flat man? He's a real man of genius. I know you.
Genius. Anyway, I'm going to keep watching this, you guys. I just wanted to pop in and highly recommending this to everyone listening and watching, or in the room, sorry.
Appreciate you, dude.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Who's more intelligent, Joe Biden or Elon Musk? Currently.
I'm not going to see.
Option C, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, Jesus. To be honest, I would probably go with Elon Musk. Just because... I don't know why. They're all arseholes. It's definitely not Joe Biden. That guy's retarded.
He might have Alzheimer's, so we should be sympathetic, I guess. Nah.
He can be running anything if he's got Alzheimer's. I mean, I don't know how people see speeches of him. I mean, you guys must have all seen the one where it's like, America can be summed up in a single word. Right? Why is that guy in charge of anything? And how are people still convinced that this system is, like, legit? They see an absolute clown show like Joe Biden at the helm, you know?
I mean, one perspective of looking at it, a lot of people do it is the ultimate troll. They're just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. So might as well have an idiot for president, you know?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how retarded the last, like, few presidents have been, really. Like, before they had this kind of sheen of at least pseudo-realism, I would say. And then George W. Bush came along.
Yeah, I was going to say Bush is the one that really removed most of that sheen you're talking about. We had respect for the office until that point, and then we got George Bush Jr. I won't get fooled again if you fool me once or twice or whatever he said, you know.
Yeah, I believe that humans and fish can coexist peacefully. There's so many dumb things that he said. It doesn't really matter, though, because, like, I'm pretty sure that he actually isn't that dumb in real life. It's like, it's a clown show but it's only a clown show when the camera's on.
Yep, that's probably correct. Sir Elijah has joined us. Maybe he's got something to say. You there, Elijah? Guess he doesn't wish to talk right at the moment. So go ahead, Crypto. What else you got?
No, not really. Just politics is a clown show. We all know that already. It's not news to anyone here.
The more people take their attention away from the mainstream propaganda, the better off we as a whole society. To speak totally generally. It's a new clown minister there. Is he still got Boris, or they get rid of him?
Actually, I prefer the term Prime Sinister. Yeah, no, to be honest, I think I don't really follow it that closely because it doesn't matter, but I think Boris is still in the post until either Liz Truss or Rishi Sunak takes over. So
I think it's funny that Boris literally has the haircut of the blonde guy from Dumb and Dumber.
Hey, I want you Americans to know about this. Did you know that Boris Johnson was born in America and not in England?
Really?
Yeah, he's your problem.
Proud to be an American. Hell yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. He's quote unquote taking over. It doesn't really matter anyway because the banks run everything. So. And the big pharma.
What happened to Brexit? Did that ever happen? Or what is it? Didn't y'all leave something? It's all good now. The EU, that's right.
What about the EU, sorry?
I was talking about Brexit. Is that over with, or is it still drama?
That'll never, ever really be over. Because no one outside of the people in England actually wanted it. None of the political people wanted it. None of the European political people wanted it. They all want to push towards like a centralized government. So, you know, and as usual, this goes back to what I was saying to I can't remember who the other guy is that I was talking to, but here's the narrative, and if you disagree, you're a bad person. Like everyone who isn't for big centralized government was a bad person for about 5 years. When we were discussing like whether you should be part of the EU or not.
I have to mute up for a little bit. Somebody else chime in here if they want. Good day, Crypto. Jolly good day in England, I hope.
That's not bad. Yeah, you too. Have a good day.
globe fact: the ISS makes one complete revolution of this globe Earth in 90 minutes.
This is what it is, okay? I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. This is what it is, okay? I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like
any chest hair?
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
What do they
into space.
typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has ever been in space.
They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts. Okay, that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of hundred miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
I'm just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space, and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right. If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA and others, I'm not implicating NASA uniquely in this, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth orbit. And I'm sorry, as an astrophysicist, to me space is the large-scale structure of the universe.
All right. Listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment. And we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
The previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Nowadays, outer space is a given in everyone's mind. It's virtually in every movie, video game, comic book, novel, and even music and TV shows, causing mostly everyone to believe in outer space without question, even though they have never been there or seen it for themselves. Did you know that we are told that a mere 536 people have been to space, with only 24 of them traveling beyond low Earth orbit? That's barely a drop in the bucket as far as the entirety of Earth's population is concerned. And one of the funniest things is that all 24 people that have supposedly been past low Earth orbit come from the Apollo missions that took place between 1963 and 1972.
Now think about that. The only people that have been to space, and I say that in quote when I say space, are these 24 guys. And the last time they went was 1972, and they just all happened to be Freemasons. Out of 7.8 billion people in the world, only these handful of people say they've been to space, and that's what your whole belief system lies upon. These 24 guys, what they say they've seen. Freemasons. And no one since then has been beyond low Earth orbit because they lost the technology to go back there. They never lost the technology. They never had it. And as long as they say they lost it, can't none of these new astronauts try to go there, and that's their excuse, so they never find out there's a firmament. You can't go anywhere beyond what they call low Earth orbit. So, after 90 years, we're still only able to go in the same spot Auguste Piccard went in 1931. And that's because you can't go any further.
This is a...
When do you guys think people are going to open up their eyes and see the truth for once? Doesn't seem likely anytime soon, does it? All the brainwashing they've all went through for ever since they were kindergartners, including myself. I mean, we all were at one time indoctrinated like all these other fools, but that was an interesting couple of little things you guys just played. I thought it was pretty interesting, pretty telling. But how many globe believers do you think listen to that, even listen to it, let alone hear what it says, or hear what they said about low? It's just, I don't even know what to say about it. It's just why we're so stuck. So how you guys doing? Or anybody's even here? Am I talking to myself or what? Well, okay then. Maybe another day.
Hey!
Hello? Is anyone out there? Hello? Is anyone out there?
Man, why don't y'all motherfuckers saying something? Shit.
Mole, mole, mole.
Well, if that's all you have to say, I can see why you're being silent.
Bruh, today I can't even internet well. Or should I say internet right?
I think it's internet well.
Did I just make the name of something an action?
Yeah, internet
Damn.
right. You can't internet right, but you can internet well. You can internet correctly, but you can't internet right.
But isn't internet the name of a thing versus the action?
Right, internet is a thing. It's not a verb. It's a noun.
What?
Yeah.
It's not a verb. It's a noun. Yeah. Sorry, I had to replay that for a second in my head to make sure. Yeah,
Yep.
I placed everything in the right spots.
Well, you know what's funny is globe isn't even a word yet, and I don't think it will be. Oh, that's funny. It's not a noun, verb, adjective. It's nothing. It's what we call gibberish. So instead of providing evidence to back up their claims, the Globers sit in their rooms and try to make fun of us. Every time I go seek out a Glober server, I'm thinking, gosh, maybe one of these times they'll be grown-ups and they'll be talking about, at least they'll be defending something about the globe. But I don't think any of these people have looked into it, really. I think one of their friends was like, hey, dude, you want to go to this server and make fun of flat earthers? Fuck yeah, dude. And that's what we get at Gem Pandas and other such spots. Sad, really. It's like someone saying they know what an apple tastes like, and then you going and making fun of them saying that, even though you've never had the apple yourself. Greetings, Gregory. Greetings, Jenny.
Hello there.
Hello, my friend.
Hey, Kiwi.
I want to make sure this is recorded on this stream. So basically the deal is, this is for our globe pals who still haven't measured the Earth for physical drop-over distance curvature. If by now you don't know what it means to use a laser to take physical measurements over long-distance, flat, unobstructed water, and compare your findings to the official globe math, you cannot be helped. We've shown you countless examples of how others have done it. You have no excuse for continually asking to further clarify what we're asking of you, especially given how serious you want us to think you are taking this. Thank you.
Well said, Glad.
Here, 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 here.
Yeah, we could save ourselves time and energy, and you could just clip that for us, and we can just play it. Maybe on a loop.
Well, I have it written down so I can read it wherever, and I copied and pasted it in GemPandas and my server, so I can post it in
Nice.
LiveStream too.
So is there a title to this clip of yours?
Let's see, what can we call it? We'll call it the bottom line.
Nice.
Yep.
Alrighty then. I'll call upon you as I find necessary, and you can decide whether or not you choose to participate in that.
Well, let me post what I just read in the Livestream voice text so anybody can have it.
Sweet.
Alrighty, it's posted. Share it away. And you don't have to give me credit, and don't do that stuff.
Oh,
Just say
yes, we do. What
No.
you talking about, Willis?
Don't do that. Just say it. Just spray it all over the globe camp. That's all.
Okay. As you wish.
Sweet.
I mean, I guess I get what you're saying. Somebody could articulate that in the same way, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Well, you know,
Maybe not.
copy paste it, put it in text, or rewrite it, make it your own. But the point is, for anybody who didn't catch that, Globers make fun of us as if they've performed tests and measurements, but they haven't, and we have. So at the very least, do the one test, and then we can talk about it.
Don't hold your breath, people. Don't want to be
Right.
taking people to the hospital and shit.
I guess let me say what I mean by all of that is we have so much information, videos, articles, PDFs, data, whatever you would want or need, and then some, about why the globe does not measure to comport to the official globe math. It doesn't measure to be a globe, period. So that's the thing. If you're serious about this, you would go measure it once. If you're not serious, you'll just sit on the internet and talk shit. That's the bottom line.
Well, your efforts are appreciated.
My pleasure. Likewise, everybody.
Let's make new friends. Let's open up our world. You know what? I don't want to open up our world. I want to close our world. Build a dome over it.
But if you don't want to meet any new people, why'd you agree to go out with them?
Because Carrie can't know about the dome.
You robot in there, Dave.
All right, that was my goal. Shut up.
All righty. Welcome, though. Welcome.
That was so good. I laughed out loud a lot. I'm glad I was on mute.
I'm not. I want to hear you laugh every time.
It was bad. It like came through my nose. It was so bad because I was typing an email for work.
Oh,
And
the ugly laugh.
he came in like he dropped that with like no hesitation, and that was a nose laugh if there's such a thing. Oh, crap.
There is definitely, and
Okay.
now you need to wipe your upper lip now and get back to work.
No, luckily there was nothing.
I'm glad
nothing
we
was
could
installed.
entertain you, Sir Kiwi. My mic's still robot.
No, now you sound good, Dave.
You sound nice.
But you know those globalists that you were just talking about, Glad, like, if they sit on the internet and talk enough shit, they'll just keep enough people confused to not actually look at this subject. So that's their goal. I'm just assuming. But everything you said was correct. Go out and do at least one measurement. Come on, man.
Just one. And listen, you don't have to film it. You don't have to do anything. Like, if I never hear from someone again because they measured it and saw that it wasn't a globe, that's fine too. Like, I don't care to hear about whether or not you've come to the righteous, correct conclusion of Earth being flat, stationary, and enclosed. Just go do it. Try once. Just do it, right? Like Shia LaBeouf. But yeah, do it. And here's how easy it is. Don't tell anybody. Try not to tell anybody about this. Just go do it yourself. Well, you'll need, check it. You'll need one person on the other side of the lake. Get a big lake. Try to make sure it's a calm day on the water, not too windy. And go from one end of the lake to the other. Make sure you've got the globe math out so that you can go far enough to see that there should be drop over distance. Just take a mirror, guys. And, you go from A to B. A has the mirror. B has the observer spot. And you can shine a mirror from sea level from A to B. And, come on now. Come on. It's so easy. And yet it's so hard to provide true evidence of the globe. Why are we still here talking about it? It doesn't look good, Globers. It's really bad for your case.
It's so easy. It's so easy to prove the globe. It's so easy. It's so easy.
It's true. I, personal victory. I'll go ahead and just do a little victory lap on this today. But it's been 7 years of this specific view on a topic at work regarding windows and how we view them in terms of how close they can be to property lines, things like that, for life and safety requirements for building permits. So I've been looking at it from this one perspective, and I'm like, why are we doing it this way? I see it this way, and I've been saying it over and over for the last 7 years. Well, we finally just got the ministry who weighs in on these types of affairs, and they said, no, we should be viewing it this way. So in my head, I'm like, victory. Because after 7 years, I'm like, yeah, we're doing it this way. So again, guys, no matter how you see it, staying true to yourself, as in if you can make sense of things, and that's what we're trying to teach everybody, is just to be able to step back from the stuff that they've been feeding us. These are the pictures from space and moon landings. Step back and think about it. If you don't feel like you're moving, are you really moving? Continue, please, as Dave would say.
This is what it is, okay? I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
You're in a fight with somebody and you hurt them, the objective of the fight is not to back off and let them recoup. The objective is to smash into oblivion.
But the law says if you made a mistake, you rescind.
Whose law said that? The law of the United States?
Yeah.
Or who controls the law of the United States?
Legislatures.
Yeah, legislators that have their own agenda. Laws mean nothing. You give me the currency of a country and you can make all the rules in the world. And that's all that matters. Who's in control? That's all that matters. Who's in control? That's all that matters. Who's in control?
Do you know it fucking rains diamonds in certain planets like Jupiter and shit?
What?
It rains diamonds. Well, show him. You believe that shit they tell you, right? If that shit tell you it's true, you believe it, right? If that machine, that shit that these geeks made tell you it's true, you'll believe it. I don't know if it's true, but those geek motherfuckers told me it was true. Imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh? We have no fucking evidence to believe that we're on a round planet, only by people telling us. But we really don't know who we are, where we came from, who the fuck is our purpose here.
I'm not going to go for that. You're not going to tell me that on a round planet, though.
How do you know that? You never been out of space, nigga. Go ahead. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Now, listen, I'm a 3rd grade, 4th grade dropout, and I know this shit.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Gotta love me some Mike Tyson. Shit, he's funny. And correct.
Yeah, not disparaging him, but if Mike Tyson can figure this shit out, come on, people. You know?
Yeah, and that's what he was saying about himself. He's like, I'm a 3rd grade dropout and I fucking know this shit. You know, y'all out there with degrees and all kinds of shit saying it's still a globe. Like, come on, catch up.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Roger.
Successful Mike Tennis. Go ahead, Godric.
Hey Dave, good morning. How are you? Good afternoon.
Good day.
So, is ladies' night officially gone? There's just no more ladies, or is it just on postponement?
I think the girls are still in the server. Sorry, the ladies are still in the server. So I would imagine it's whoever shows up shows up.
Yeah, they're still in the server, but we haven't had a ladies' night. They can't make it to the time. I guess. I mean, yeah. I mean, we have life issues, right? But I guess it's not happening anymore.
Maybe that's an admin question, or not admin, but upper management question.
Just say it's on temporary hiatus until further notice. That's all I know. And I'm not upper management, so.
Then I'm going to be showing up on Friday to talk my mouth off. I'm just joking.
I nominate Dave Hinkle to substitute while the ladies are out to tell us to come in and preach flat earth on Friday nights.
I denominate Dave Hinkle to do anything of the such. But thank you. What's going on in California, Godric? Everything good out there?
Yeah, we're doing okay. It's kind of getting hot over here. Is it getting hot where you are?
From what I've seen on little clips, yeah, it's kind of hot here. It's like 90 here in Kentucky. What little clips I've seen, hopefully you're not too close to San Fran shithole. It looks pretty bad there. I'm just saying.
San Fran shithole. No, I think I'm about 8 hours away.
Earth is still not a globe in Sanford shithole, though. That's just saying.
They sure think it's a globe. All those damn hills.
Who thinks it's a globe? Good morning or good afternoon.
San Franciscans think they're on a globe.
Oh,
Any humans continue to persist in the globe belief, Sonny. What should we do about it?
They think a lot of strange things up there, right?
I heard flat earthers are at a minimum in San Francisco. Do you think we can have like a flat Earth club, like at Harvard or Princeton or Berkeley or UCLA, that they would tolerate that, or no? You could be a flat earther and still graduate. What do you think? Major college?
So what did you say?
Do you think we can get a flat Earth club like at Harvard or Princeton or Yale or UCLA or Berkeley? A group of flat earthers, though they would have to put on the test that it's a sphere, so they can pass the test, but still able to be flat earthers and graduate.
That's a pretty good question. I don't know.
I mean, they have other stupid clubs, so I'm just imagining why it wouldn't be a problem. But maybe they're outlawed because it's a threat to their education system, because it would break down the whole system. So they may outlaw it, kind of like YouTube, or kind of like
wait a minute. It's going to break down their system. What are those freaking sororities doing? Like, gee whiz. Have you ever been to one of those parties?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. That they're pretty wild. The thing is, that flat Earth has real knowledge, so it might actually threaten the whole paradigm. If it starts growing, for example, if you made a club and UC Berkeley, it started growing, you had like 100 membership flat earthers, and it's growing, and you can do presentations on the sidewalk, going to class. I mean, that would be something. Maybe WITSET will do that. Maybe if we make a conspiracy club, it's not so threatening. Like, just put under conspiracy, so the Globers don't get triggered.
What you think?
Ta-da! Whatever that was.
That was nice, son. We could call it the Requiem for the Globe, like whatever.
Do you think you're on a globe?
It's the blues, the Barnacle Ball Blues.
Do you think you're on a spinning globe? Where's that globe at? Who told you that the earth was spinning? Seems like the globe isn't winning at anything. Time to re-look at your fairy tales. Do you guys realize how hard it is to learn new tricks when you get older? To like change your ways from the way you've always done things? It's quite difficult. I know this as a guitar player that taught myself. I have all these habits that some of them aren't quite as efficient as they might be. So I have to like try to reassess and then try to retrain my fingers to do something different. I guess it's kind of like in life in general, right?
Sonny, you there, Sonny?
Yep.
Can't look at the rolls, but we got Nappy 88 in here. You want to try to talk to them? Hello, Nappy 88. Do you have a mic? Assuming that's no. Currently driving, I can't do anything about it. So it's a no-go on the F-88, I'm guessing. Got a room full of brilliant intellectual conversationalists. Nobody's talking.
Not me today. I'm only. Oh, that's a cool.
What's the name of that scale, Sonny?
Those are just the diatonic G major.
Oh, G major, huh?
You're just doing G major 7, then so you go. Then you go
Yeah.
to
Ooh, I like that.
A. Then B, right?
So it's just your scales, the major scales.
Yeah, and it helps with my picking.
Yep. You got to get them chops, you know?
See if you can go all the way from like the first position. I'm on the 3rd fret, 5th string, so I'm just going to the 7th fret, then skipping to the 5th fret D string, and then going to the 3rd string B to C.
So you go 7 5 3 1, or
this one is in C because I moved on to C. I already went to G, A, B, and I'm on C, so that's a C major 7. So
been a musician the majority of my life, and I still don't know music theory nearly as well as I should.
it takes some time.
Yeah.
So you're a musician. I was just curious, do you ever fret about the frets?
What's that?
You ever fret about the frets?
Sonny probably frets about frets. Yeah, you know they make a fretless bass guitar that I love. Go ahead, Sonny.
What's that?
Say it again. Fretless bass.
Yeah.
Yeah, fretless bass guitars are some of my favorites. It's like a electric cello kind of deal. Fretless cellos too are really crazy.
Yeah, I've seen fretless 6 strings too. I bet I could play one of those like after playing the scalp. But let's see. Yeah, you can fret. I fret that I'm going to wear grooves into my frets, and they'll need a leveling. A leveling.
Refret. You'd have to
fret
refret.
leveling.
You have to fret about getting the money to refret your fret.
There's a- I remember a day when the globe never let me down. But then I realized I never really thought about it that much at all. Anyway.
Sing it! Sing it now!
When I just looked into it, just a cursory glance, I realized that what we were told about what we're living on was totally wrong.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Are you using your whammy bar a little too much
Yeah,
there?
it sounds so weird. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Even
It sounded
to
like
me,
you were. It sounded like you were a blues player falling down the stairs. I love it. That's what it sounds like in the Glober's game. Trying to figure out how to refute the flat earth.
See if you don't fuck it up. It's not worth doing it then. I don't know how I learned how to play like that, but it's pretty killer, huh? I like playing in like the little off things, like you go off onto the thing from the third, like. I'm kind of being sloppy on purpose. pitching, right? It'd be great music to have behind some narrative, you know? I don't know where the big band influence came from in me. It doesn't make sense, but I did have a relative, some great uncle or something that was a big band leader in the 40s in Chicago. Anyway, enough of my ramblings.
To do a quick station PSA in case there's somebody listening. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live, the best place on earth to talk about Earth. If you currently believe that you live on a spinning ball, zipping around through outer space, please come in and discuss. Sonny has some questions, and others also. Thank you.
I sure do have some questions. Namely, why does the Earth look so flat every time we look? That's what I want to know.
That's because
Flat
it's
every
curved,
time.
it looks so flat, and because it's spinning so fast, you can't feel it. You just don't understand something.
It's amazing. The way it presents itself is just like we see it, like perspective would work on a flat plane. Amazing. Especially if it was supposed to be a ball, and it does everything that light would do on a flat plane. Plus, we know what water does. Water doesn't curve. Sticking to outside of balls. Spinning or not.
Are you claiming that large bodies of water do not maintain convexity upon their surface? You would be correct.
Bingo. We have a winner. Ding, 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 ding. How can you have curve when something's not curving at all? How can you have spin when no? Yeah, how can you have spinning when it's not moving at all? What kind of a ball do you think you're living on?
If you just use your imagination, you can picture all that working just perfectly, right? If you actually don't investigate it. Just curious, does anybody know, did TV say something about wearing face diapers? I'm seeing more of them in this grocery store where I'm at right now. What's wrong with these people?
Excuse me, is anybody there? Where's the flatties? No flatties?
I'm here, but I'm actually leaving. I'm out the door right now.
You're leaving the door? Out the door?
I'm about to leave. Yeah, I'm about to go out the door.
Where are you going? To the globe?
Yeah, I'm going to ride my bike on the globe. See how that works on a curved to moving surface. At how many? 1,500 feet per second. That's not much. Oh, like Matthew says, that's negligible.
You're going to test the
1,500.
globe?
I'm going to go test it. Yeah. See how stationary it actually is, because I know when I hop like from on a bump or something, there's nothing moving. There should be some motion there.
So
Should
all
be a
those
loud
speed,
mo-
all of those multiple speeds, multiple vectors, it's all negligible. It's all meaningless, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So that means that's code word for not necessary to bother with. Not negligible means don't worry about it. It doesn't it doesn't affect any part of your life. So okay, so 1,500 feet per second motion.
That's why
Yeah.
That's why no one uses it for anything at all, anywhere,
Yeah, exactly.
anytime.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go. It's actually quite flat, stationary. Like you couldn't ride a bicycle if it was, or like think about a skateboard when they jump up in the air like they do. How is every single object that leaves the surface at every trajectory, at every height, elevation, is always just right over the surface of Earth as it's moving, supposedly, allegedly moving. Anyway, I'm gonna take off. I'll talk to you guys in a couple hours.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Hi, Steve.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
Pretty snazzy.
You guys finished the moving stuff?
Pretty close. We returned the U-Haul and now we're gonna return the van.
Cool, cool.
Yeah.
Now you have everything at the house, but after you return the U-Haul, you got things to organize everywhere in the house.
Well, we still got another load to bring back, but we're gonna do that in his Jeep.
Yeah. Hard work.
Yeah, well, he's doing most of the hard work. I'm kind of the supervisor through some of it.
Yeah. Making sure everything is in place.
Right.
Just feed him some water and peanuts. He'll be fine.
A lot of pizza and tacos, basically that.
I'm sure Glad doesn't accidentally bring a damn globe in the house.
Oh, that would have been hilarious, actually.
Yeah, don't forget your globe at the old house. Bring your globe.
I mean, what else are you gonna use for target practice? Man.
If you wanna talk about curves, you need curving things. Hey, needs. How you doing, needs? I want ribeye.
You not get ribeye. We can give you shrimp fried rice if you like.
Ribeye with rice? That sounds good.
You want egg roll with that?
Yeah.
Okay, earth flat. Okay, don't forget.
Salt on the side so I can add my own salt. And my
You want sauce?
on
You
the
need
side,
sauce?
on the side.
Do you need spoon or fork?
What is that? Vietnamese
Spoon
salt?
or fork? Do you want chopstick or what? What the fuck do you want?
I want a spork.
You're gonna get a fucking spork up your ass.
Oh no, that's not the use for that. Do you use it for that? Yeah, you don't use a spork for that. You use other stuff. Hey, needs. When you talk about food, you think about ass?
Think about it.
Think about it. I mean, it's
Yo, that's P Drinker, y'all. Motherfuck that
no
guy.
way.
Yep.
No way.
Yep.
No way. It sounds like his twin brother, but I don't think it's Speed Drinker. This is I don't know, something else. Needs. Are you seawater drinker? Because you can drink seawater and it's fine.
Notice how he didn't answer. Thanks.
How dare you not answer my question?
He got caught.
How dare he? I mean, he said bot in the live stream, so we're gonna have to disinfect this whole place. Disinfected completely now. It's his fault. Looking for.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky's not the limit. You fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep over my bubble. Look, butterflies.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just part of the net.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
United States went to the moon just for fun. In North Korea, landed on the sun. I said, ooh, look what you've done. I said, ooh, look what you done. Richard Nixon, telephone home. So why don't you trust Kim Jong-un? I said, look what you done. I said, look what you done. United States went to the moon what you've done. I said, ooh, look what you've done. Yeah. I said, ooh, look what you've done. I said, look what you've done.
Entering the fray, the best white rapper since Eric Dubay. Now I haven't rapped for long, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help notice that we see too far. In crypto trading we have different kind of bars. They exist on your screen just like terraform on Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Horizon is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, well, do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass or nigh. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere? You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature. And vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research a flat unmoving earth. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them invoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FE party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more.
1, 2, 3, 4. I told you so. I told you. I told you so. I told you. Remember when I told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is, and what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. Yes, he is. The dinosaur fraud, the climate change scam, and yes, Sandra Bullock is also a man. Remember when I told you that there ain't no globe? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the TV flicker rate? And how it puts your brain in an alpha state? Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the mainstream media? Your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that child trafficking and adrenochrome. Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guidestone? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so.
edge?
Who's to say that there is an edge, and why assume there is one? Is it because when we are introduced to the idea of a flat Earth, it's always depicted like this? In the currently most accepted model, Antarctica is not a continent, but a 360-degree landmass made up of ice that holds the oceans within. When we look at a Gleason's map from 1892 that states at the top that it's scientifically and practically correct, as is. We see this Antarctic ice rim. The Gleason's map is basically an azimuthal equidistant projection, which can be traced back to the year 1000. The AE map is also an official map of the United States Geological Survey, the USGS, and the official logo for the United Nations. The oldest known globe in the world is from 1492. This is something you need to keep in mind because many people argue that the azimuthal equidistant map is just a flattened out version of the globe, when in fact the globe is just a rounded version of this true world flat map. If the flat map came first and it has the ability to convert into a globe without any problems whatsoever, then that should tell you a little bit about how this globe deception was achieved. Now, back to if there is an edge or not. There is no proof that there is an edge past the Antarctic ice wall, but it is speculated by many that perhaps the plane that we live on is either extremely expansive or it's possibly endless. In these two scenarios, it would be logically assumed that more land is being hidden from the general public. In a 1954 interview with Admiral Richard E. Byrd, an American naval officer who specialized in exploration, he had this to say.
But strangely enough, there is left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Implying that there is more land past Antarctica. If that uninhabited land was on a globe, it would be in the Indian Ocean. A recent discovery of an old Buddhist map in a newspaper from 1907 seems to support the idea of a vast plain with much more land.
Where does the sun go if the Earth is flat?
Well, the sun neither rises nor sets, but travels in a clockwise circuit from east to west, and only appears to rise and set due to perspective. The sun disappears at the vanishing point of human perspective on the horizon where the ground meets the sky, and since the sun is not 93 million miles away, I repeat, not 93 million miles away, but much closer and smaller, the light emanating from the sun only illuminates about half of the flat plane at once as it makes its daily journey.
What's underneath the flat Earth?
This is obviously an unanswerable question since the assumed edge has never been known to be reached. But many people suppose that whether the Earth is round or flat, that either way, it still must be floating in the middle of outer space. But the idea of outer space goes out the window with the round Earth theory. Many religious texts support an immovable Earth that has its foundations on which it is laid, and its pillars by which it is supported. We simply don't know, but we do know that the Earth is obviously fixed in place, as we can tell by our everyday experience of non-movement. What we see in the skies above are illuminated objects making circles around us just as it appears. Whatever this place may be, it's the center of all we survey. Some say that the Earth is the floor of the universe. In the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe, we are surrounded by the waters above and the waters below, known as the Great Deep. The deepest hole ever drilled into the Earth was a total of about 7.5 miles. The very core of the Earth is nothing more than wild speculation, if not another malicious lie. So what's under the Earth? That remains a mystery to us all. But another thing that you can research is what's inside the Earth. Multi-billion-dollar deep underground military bases known as DUMBs. D-U-M-Bs, right?
What about ships and boats disappearing over the horizon?
This is also due to human perspective. They don't go over the horizon, they go into the horizon, moving beyond the limit of our vision and past the vanishing point. But the ships and boats are easily brought back into view with a pair of binoculars, a telescope, and any camera with a good zoom lens. A great question to ask yourself is why can't we see noticeable curvature from 120,000 feet up? But many people claim that the supposed curvature can be seen from the ground by watching boats. It doesn't make sense.
And what about all of the pictures of the Earth?
They are all clearly computer-generated images. They claim this picture from Apollo 17 in 1972 is real, and they also claim that the 2015 Epic Earth picture is real. But NASA employee Robert Simon gave us a glimpse of how they do it when he shared his experience of creating the Blue Marble 2.0 in 2002. He is now called Mr. Blue Marble. He was interviewed and on record stating, "The last time anyone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit that showed an entire hemisphere, one side of the globe, was in 1972 during Apollo 17. NASA's Earth Observing System, EOS, satellites were designed to give a checkup of Earth's health. By 2002, we finally had enough data to make a snapshot of the entire Earth, so we did."
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0. NASA's Rob Simon made this. Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
what I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space, but I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Why are all the other planets round then?
When you compare amateur footage done with professional grade cameras and compare it to NASA's official images of planets and stars, it's clear that NASA images are all computer generated, no different than the photos of Earth. What have become known as planets are round lights that seem to be set over the flat Earth. The so-called planets and stars are not what we have been told they are, and comparing luminous objects that you see in the sky to the Earth under your feet is very ineffective for actually proving the supposed rotundity of the Earth. Since there are no actual photographs of the Earth and motion has never been experienced or proven, it would seem more logical for one to assume that we are on a flat, motionless plane and everything we see in the heavens revolves around us.
What about satellites and GPS?
As crazy as it may sound, satellites are a hoax. Have you ever wondered why there are never any damaged or fallen satellites? And why there are no satellite malfunctions due to constant heating and cooling? It's weird they don't melt in the thermosphere that's over 2,000 degrees. I find myself looking at the moon and wondering why we never see satellites pass by the moon. Did you know there are thousands of miles of fiber optic cables under the seabed that supplies 90% of the Earth's communication, internet, phones, etc.? And GPS works off of cell phone towers. It's called triangulation. Haven't you seen those really tall towers and wondered what they are? Satellite TV is just enhanced radio using ground-based towers. It's all ground-based, just like the old TV antenna. Science fiction author Arthur C. Clarke proposed the idea of geostationary satellites in 1945 in a magazine called Wireless World. And 20 years later, in 1965, they claim to have successfully launched the first commercial geostationary communication satellite. Today, there are said to be thousands, but the odd thing is that trying to prove it only leaves you fruitless.
Is outer space even real?
Yes and no. What you see in the sky, as far as stars and wandering stars, also known as planets, are there. How could we deny them? We don't know what they actually are, but they are there. Now, what we are told about outer space and what it is not true at all. Everything we believe about so-called outer space is due mostly to Hollywood movies and other media, including children's cartoons. Of course, NASA propaganda is the biggest culprit. As we have already gone over, there are no pictures of Earth, and even images of all the other so-called planets are computer-generated. NASA has gone on record numerous times stating that humans can't get past low Earth orbit.
NASA's next spacecraft, already being built and tested across America, will do those things and more.
This is the spacecraft that's going to take humans to explore the solar system. It's the next big step for NASA in exploration.
Called the Orion Multipurpose Crew Vehicle, or MPCV, this next-generation spacecraft will enable America to explore beyond low Earth orbit
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belt, an area of dangerous radiation. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
And unlike the previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
Low Earth orbit is supposedly between 99 and 1,200 miles away. The funny thing is that they say the moon is over 200,000 miles away. How did we make it so far in the 1960s and 70s if we can't do it today? Also, the International Space Station, just like everything else brought to us by NASA, is a fake Freemasonic hoax, completely fabricated and done with special effects, models, pools, zero-G planes, and various other camera tricks.
How is circumnavigation possible on a flat Earth?
Very easily. You can travel east and west directions to ultimately end up right back where you started. The face of the Earth looks similar to that of a clock. In fact, clocks were most likely designed after the true appearance of our world. If you follow a compass east for long enough, you'll make a full circuit. Same thing if you travel west long enough. As we've already gone over, the flat Earth map that was around before globes were easily converts to a globe, so everything you believe you are doing on a globe is actually taking place on a flat Earth.
How come the moon is upside down in the southern hemisphere?
This is another very simple explanation. When somebody is in the northern part of the Earth, or on the northern part of the Earth, they see the moon from this angle. When somebody is on the southern part of the Earth, the moon looks like this. They're looking at it from this angle. They see it from the opposite angle, and that's all it is. Imagine you tape a picture of the moon in the center of your living room, right? Depending on where you are in the room, the moon will be seen differently. When pondering this question, keep in mind that the face of the moon never changes. On a spherical Earth, we'd expect to see other sides, but we never have.
What about the seasons?
The sun is close and small, and it circles around and above the flat Earth in a spiral pattern on the Tropic of Cancer in the northern summer months, and then down in the Tropic of Capricorn in the northern winter months. So when the sun is further away from the North Pole, right, the center of the flat Earth, it's winter in the north and summer in the south. Since the sun is smaller than we are told and closer, it makes much more sense that we experience seasons in the first place. If the sun was 93 million miles away and had a radius of over 400,000 miles, we would hardly experience temperature fluctuation as we do.
What about gravity?
Gravity is necessary in order for a spinning ball Earth to work. People readily believe that you can't fall off of a spinning ball that's darting through outer space at speeds that you can't even comprehend, yet they will deny how much easier it is to stay on a flat surface that doesn't move. Gravity is a scapegoat for all that cannot be explained, and it has never been proven. The reason why things fall or float is because of density and buoyancy. If something is heavier than air, it falls. If it's lighter than air, it floats. Very straightforward. Your phone is denser than the air, therefore it falls when you drop it. Everything works because of density. No need to factor in imaginary components. Quote, "The law of gravitation is said by the advocates of the Newtonian system of astronomy to be the greatest discovery of science and the foundation of the whole of modern astronomy. If, therefore, it can be shown that gravitation is a pure assumption and an imagination of the mind only, that it has no existence outside of the brains of its expounders and advocates, the whole of the hypotheses of this modern so-called science fall to the ground as flat as the surface of the ocean, and this most exact of all sciences, this wonderful feat of the intellect, becomes at once the most ridiculous superstition and the most gigantic imposture to which ignorance and credulity could ever be exposed." Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony.
What about the Coriolis effect?
They say that the Coriolis effect is a result of the Earth spinning and is responsible for the deflection of an object moving above the Earth, rightward in the northern hemisphere and leftward in the southern hemisphere. The problem is that things like hurricanes and water in the sink aren't always predictable and have been known to spin both ways in either hemisphere. Also, another contradiction that proves the Coriolis effect false is the fact that no flying machine above the Earth has to account for it. If a bullet that travels 1,700 miles per hour has to account for the effect, then an airplane traveling at 550 miles per hour would definitely have to account for the effect. When you look for the answer, you'll find that we are told that since the atmosphere moves with the spin of the Earth, planes aren't affected. So why would bullets be? Especially when they go much faster than common airplanes.
Why can't I see infinitely far?
This is for the people that wonder why they can't see certain things that they believe they should be able to see if the Earth was flat. I've been asked on numerous occasions, why can't I see Mount Everest from anywhere on Earth? I've also been asked, why can't I see Spain from the east coast of America? Well, besides dirt, dust, dew, rain, fog, smog, smoke, clouds, mist, haze, snow, etc., your vision is limited by the vanishing point of your perception. Check your weather app on your phone and notice the visibility in your area.
Is the flat Earth a religious thing?
Yes and no. I say this because I myself am not religious. I'd rather not have faith in something, but know the facts to the best of my ability. And the facts are that the curvature and motion of the Earth have never been proven. The Bible, without any doubt whatsoever, supports the Earth that's fixed in place. The Book of Enoch, which is biblically endorsed and most likely belongs in the Bible, describes the flat stationary enclosed Earth in great detail. Many religions and civilizations preceding Judaism and Christianity support a flat and stationary Earth, such as the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Mayans, the Norse, the Hindus, etc. This fantastic spinning globe Earth is very new to the people of the world, yet most of us carry on as if the theory is unquestionable, and we've been conditioned to laugh when the flat Earth is brought up. Whether you are religious or not, you can see the flat Earth for yourself.
Is the Flat Earth Society behind the resurgence of the flat Earth?
No, the Flat Earth Society is designed as a containment unit. Gatekeepers that tell the truth about some stuff, but then lie about other things in order to make it appear ridiculous or steer you in the wrong direction. For instance, this is what FES has to say about gravity. In the Flat Earth model, gravity, rather than being a force, is the upward acceleration of the flat Earth. The Earth always accelerates upward at 1g, which is equivalent to the gravitational acceleration in the round Earth model. Like the force of gravity, the Earth's acceleration causes several commonly observed phenomena in our daily lives. If that isn't the biggest turnoff, I don't know what is. The Flat Earth argument has never died. It only died down. Real Flat Earthers have always been among us. But it wasn't until late 2014, early 2015, when Eric Dubay started making a lot of noise about the Flat Earth conspiracy and got people like myself on board. It took me 10 months of research before finally accepting the truth about where we live. Thanks to the many great Flat Earth researchers, content creators, and activists since then, more and more people are waking up to the massive deception every day.
Are all scientists, pilots, and members of the government in on it?
No, most scientists, pilots, and members of the government have been indoctrinated just as the rest of us have. When they work at their everyday job, they go about it as if the Earth is most certainly spherical. If indeed some of these people did know the Earth is flat, they most likely wouldn't even speak out about it in fear of losing their job or ruining their reputation. The average scientist goes about everything they do with the spherical Earth already factored in. For mainstream science, questioning our current model is a huge no-no. For pilots, computers do most of their work, not to take away from what they do because I personally appreciate it, and also pilots often switch out at stops, making it difficult to understand the real layout of Earth's land masses. As far as government members and politicians go, besides high-ranking officials at NASA, which isn't government at all, it's safe to assume that they are not in the know and they are not knowingly perpetrating this lie. Very few people compared to the population of the world are enlightened to the flat Earth.
NASA isn't the only space agency. Are all others in on it too?
The answer is yes. Here's a short clip on what you need to know.
The Vector, NASA's official logo. If you've ever looked at NASA's official logo, both their official insignia and their official seal, you'll see that the most prominent object in the seal is a red swooshing object. They call that the chevron or the vector. If you ask NASA's Public Affairs Office, this symbology is featured so heavily in their insignia and seal, they'll give you what really amounts to the standard facile cover story for the unilluminated. They'll tell you that that is a representation of a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s, which was the time the logo was created. Not exactly the case. Someone might want to ask the Russian Federal Space Agency, Roscosmos, that was formed in 1992, why they chose that same logo. And while you're at it, you can go ask the Chinese, who formed their space agency in 1996, why in the world they're using a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s as their official logo. Then you can ask the Japanese, the South Koreans, Taiwanese, Malaysia, Mexico, Iran, all of these countries, even Bulgaria. They all utilize the vector symbology in their space agency logos for their national space agencies. It gets even deeper. You can go look at the individual manned program patches for NASA. The Mercury program, for example, a blatant use of covert symbology. In every logo dealing with the Mercury program, you'll see what looks like a number 7 in their logo. And again, NASA's official story is that they put this number 7 there so that they could pay homage to the original 7 Mercury astronauts. Kind of forgetting the fact that only 6 Mercury astronauts actually flew into space because number 7 never did. Deke Slayton had a heart problem, so he didn't get to go up. So there were only 6 Mercury astronauts, yet there's a 7 in every single logo. That's in the official mission or official program insignia for Mercury, as well as the 6 individual mission patches carry this logo. And it carries on to the Space Shuttle program. If you look at the Apollo logo has a big letter A in it. At least that's what they want you to believe, but it's not. Again, that's just a simple way of explaining away the inclusion of this vector symbology in the logo. If you go to the Space Shuttle program, the original Space Shuttle STS program patch is a triangular patch that, again, hides the use of the chevronic vector symbology. And that also goes for many of the STS-specific mission patches. Every single one of the International Space Station expedition patches carry the vector symbology. The Russian Mir space station used the vector symbology. That was their official logo. You can even go deeper and look at military-industrial complex companies. Look at the logo on a company like Lockheed Martin, 2 vectors. The X-Prize logo, Ames Research Labs, U.S. Space Command. When you get into the military realm, the United States Space Command, their official logo is the vector symbol. And when you look at the military's individual space-specific programs, all of them deal with vector symbology in their official insignias. And the question really becomes, who or what are these people paying homage to?
Let's look at NASA's Earthrise. Now let's look at JAXA's Earthrise. Do you believe this is real?
Well, then who's responsible for this deception?
You will find that the Jesuits and the Vatican have been intimately involved in all things space, including owning the earliest telescopes and, to this day, the largest owners of observatories and telescopes in the world. The Society of Jesuits have been actively spreading the heliocentric theory for 500 years, while trying to bury thousands of years of flat Earth cosmology. The Jesuits are rulers of all powers that we are aware of, and have been ruthless in their pursuit of world domination for centuries, no matter who is killed or what has to be done to establish a one-world order out of chaos. They rule over, or are deeply partnered with, people like the Rothschilds and many other international banksters, secret societies, especially the Freemasons, as well as Zionist Jews, and especially Zionist Jews in seats of power. They rule over all the alphabet agencies and government think tanks, including the NSA, CIA, FBI, Mossad, KGB, Roundtable, Committee of 300, Tavistock Institute, Lucius Trust Publishing, Bilderberg Group, and the Council of Foreign Relations, including representative government and legislation like the U.S. Presidency, Congress, and the Supreme Court. The Jesuit order is said to have been established by Jews, again showing that the Jews are behind some of the biggest hoaxes in history, including the Holocaust. Freemasons are also spread out all over the world to further the different agendas that serve this Illuminati elite.
Why the lie?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my gosh. Stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. You lying so much. You making it hard for me.
Their desire is to convince us that we are only one of a septillion other planets flying through infinite space. A septillion? Where do they get these numbers? A septillion has 24 zeros. They want us to think that we are nothing more than a cosmic accident caused by a big bang that took place 14 billion years ago. Again, where do they get these numbers? How one could draw that conclusion is unknown. They want us not to understand our origin and go on believing that life is meaningless. They want us to believe that alien life is real and that they created us. Look no further than Ancient Aliens for the propaganda. Not to mention countless shows and movies they program us with. This isn't just about flat Earth versus round Earth. It's much bigger than that. Whatever they plan on doing needed the spherical Earth groundwork laid before they could proceed. They may either shock us with a fake alien invasion or a disclosure of the beings that have always been among us, passed off as life from distant galaxies. Who knows? Another reason to turn the Earth into a ball is to hide extra land. If this is a vast plain, and there are places past Antarctica, with more oceans and more land masses, then an easy way to get rid of them is to wrap our part of this plain around a ball, and make it seem as if there is nothing else and everything has already been discovered. The globe is full-fledged slavery for the inquiring mind.
I'd like to be an explorer, like the great Magellan.
Oh, you're too late. There's really nothing left to explore.
What does it mean if the Earth is flat?
It means that the origin of man is deliberately being covered up from us. Man, woman, child, you are being deceived on a massive scale. Flat Earth, enclosed flat Earth, expansive plane flat Earth, or even infinite plane flat Earth with an infinite ceiling barrier, or possibly another plane of existence above us and below us. It means that this place was created, that you were designed, you were crafted, you are special and with purpose. A purpose being hidden from you on purpose. We are supposed to know our world and our reason for being. We've been swallowed whole by this economic fiat money system that controls absolutely everything and fuels this manufactured reality. Most of us know that we are slaves, and it's no wonder we desire to escape through movies, TV shows, and video games that happen to also further our programming and mental conditioning. We were never meant to live like this, and knowledge of our flat Earth is a step in the right direction. It's something that can't be taken from us. It's the fuel that we need to let these bastards know that we won't go down in ignorance. We will not willingly accept their one world authority that wants to rule over all mind and all matter. Embrace this flat world of ours and free your mind from the globalist mind control. It's time that we stand up for ourselves and our beautiful Earth. All I want to know is, who's coming with me?
Boom.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space, or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it. You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. Space may be the final frontier. years of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat then we'll fall off the edge, but if it is a spinning ball we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Big Brother is thickening voyeurism. I'll say it again. Big Brother is sickening voyeurism. CIA, NSA, FBI, ATF, DHS, voyeurism, pathetic.